Good morning, everybody. Good morning, teachers, and welcome to the third day of the training. And I am very excited to be back with you again, and very excited also to hear what type of discussions you had yesterday in the afternoon in your groups, and what kind of results and outcomes you found. And we will be having this morning a session until 1, and it's 3 hours, so we will have a short, maybe 5 to 10 minute break in the middle, so you can stand up and stretch a little bit, and then we continue. And the morning session, we will have a couple of new topics we will be discussing, and then we have the second session in the afternoon with the new topics, and also a joint kind of round table discussion before we go into closing this 3-day training. But let's now go to have a discussion about the topics that you in your breakout rooms discussed yesterday. So I heard that you have 5 groups. You had 5 groups yesterday. So I don't know if you know any number that in which group you were, but I'm okay for you to present in any order you wish to do. So I mentioned yesterday that a minimum of 5 minutes would be a good time to kind of share, but if you want to use more time, that is totally okay, because we have until 1 o'clock today, the morning session. So please use as much time as you need to use to present the key messages from your discussion. And then I will be taking notes here, and then let's see, after all the presentations, that what were kind of the impressions that I got from your discussions. I then try to put together some topics that I'm hearing from you. So could there be a volunteer who would like to start? Which group? Wonderful. Wow. Okay, I'm excited.
Amazing.
Wow. Okay, so please go ahead. We are all listening.
Okay, very good morning. We are from group 1. Anyone hear me? Okay.
Yes, teacher, I'm hear you. I can hear you.
Okay. From our discussion yesterday about Okay, about the norm, our curriculum designed by Curriculum Development, Ministry of Education. So teacher must modify the approach of teaching and material use based on standard curriculum in our mainstream student disabilities. Then we are not able to develop new curriculum for them because we must stick to the curriculum exist. We modified the goal in teaching for SEN children too, and SEN children special education special needs children have their own assessment, such as individual education plans in special class and assessment in classroom in mainstream class. Same with other students. And about a learning environment, we have a problem with mainstream teacher to plan lesson together. And this is a very big problem for us. And sometimes they're not planning properly for their class. So that's also give our problem to set up our materials, tools, and everything for our student in the mainstream class. Sometimes when have a group activities also, our student being isolated in mainstream class. In activity group, the number of special student in class range from 5 to 10 in different disabilities in special class. This is our problem too. And the number of special student in class range in around 1 to 4 with 25 student in mainstream class. With a normal student, there are around 1 to 4 our student. Okay, I go through. Okay, about a school environment, some school in integration program, not a special school, have not enough insufficient facilities that suitable to our special needs student. And most of school not provided therapies for our student too. And also have a lack of teacher skills and competency, because maybe some teachers have not have a very knowledge in the special needs education. Some of them just come and teach, not very, maybe not their passion in the special needs student, for the special with the special needs student or in a special need education. Okay, and a school as an organization, when our leader is changed, the environment also will change with the new rules. Okay, not at all administrators understand the needs of kids with special needs, because they don't have a prior knowledge of special education or kids with special needs, especially in integration program in school. As an effect, it build a bridge and gap between mainstream classes, teachers, and special education classes. About the recruitment of a special needs student, right now in Malaysia, with a zero policy, we must accept all students with all level disabilities. We must prepare any possibilities to face it. Before this zero policy, we accept students that have a little bit knowledge about self-management and who is with severe disabilities always will refer to specialized center. But now for zero policy, we must accept all students with all levels disabilities. So we must prepare and upgrade a lot of knowledge to find out the all kind of disabilities from the children. Okay, what needs to be changed? So we for about isolated student, we must raise awareness among student, parents, and mainstream teacher. But it's not a simple thing to do. Then we must avoid labeling special needs student in mainstream class by name tagging. Some of school like to present that people that student is a special needs student. I don't know why. Then after that, we must upgrade the class and environment to be more conducive for our students. This is our responsibility as teachers and maybe administrators also, and must give special talk to all leadership about the best environment school for our students, special needs students, especially for who have new leaders for their school. And a role of counselor in school to motivate and guide special needs student who is in mainstream class. We think we must develop a good cooperation with the parents in all level, and think more and more about transition life after school for them. And this is a very important thing. And about a good practice, from our discussion, we actually in Malaysia, we think we must develop a specialized team among teachers in school to focus their disabilities, such as specialized team for autistic student, for syndrome student, for cerebral palsy, specific disabilities. I think it's a very important because right now most of teachers include all the disabilities to teach. Then another one I got what we got it is develop buddy system in mainstream class as peers program, and this is will present by my friend Siti Atika because she have do this system in her school. Can Cikgu Siti?
Thank you, Cikgu Huda. May I use my next slide because I have addition pictures in that.
Okay. Wow, this is so great. I'm so excited.
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to Dr. Aya and my all dear
Good morning.
friends here.
Yes.
Okay. Actually, I'm not very used with Zoom, but I try.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, now we can see. Yes.
Okay. Just now, okay, Miss Huda have tell us about good practices that we should have in Malaysia because develop specialized team is already practiced in Myanmar, I understand. So the other one is buddy system. This one actually is suggested by the Ministry of Special Education in Malaysia, BPHAS, where we have holistic inclusive model. So we use the model as one of our practice in school. So one of them is buddy system or rakan inclusive in BM, rakan inclusive. As for us, my school is SMK Kajang Utama in Malaysia. We have one boy, a low vision boy. From his, if I can tell him about his story, he entered the school at 13 years old, and we call it Form 1, with not very good self-esteem. So what we do is we take one boy as his friend. So that is called buddy. This friend, since he's in Form 1, will sit next to him in the classroom and assist him during the learning environment. As for me, and us as teachers, we also come and go out from the classroom with according to our subjects what we teach. So means that the boy is always with him in the classroom, but the teachers, the resource teachers, come and go with our schedule or within our jadual tu apa?
Timetable.
Oh, timetable. I'm sorry, my English is not that good. Okay. So help the special education needs student in mainstream class to live a better life in the class and have more support from their friends. This is the main keyword, which he has somebody he's trusted in the classroom that can help him in many ways, not just in the classroom actually, after the class, during the recess time, during the co-curriculum, so that he can learn in an enjoyable way, not not in stress. Okay. So the buddy system. This is what my boy or my the student said. The buddy system, he said that they can be a friend, a person who you connect with, a loyal friend, someone who can be relied on when we need, and of course, someone that we bond with. This is what he said. I asked him, what do you understand or what do you feel about your buddy? And this is his message. That's from my experience. Plus, buddies are supposed to help each other out. It's a two-way thing, he said. Actually, when that is true, I can see the improvement from his 13 years old and until 17 years old. For 5 years, learning in the mainstream class. From his attitude not very outstanding or low profile, until he can outspoken. He can be somebody that we can see the what
Confident.
the confidence. Yes, the confidence in him. So I can. This is the social environment of him with his friends. Brian, and this is my boy Brian, with the spectacles. They with his friends. This is after the PMR Form 3 result. His father gave him an opportunity to go out with the other friends. I feel appreciated with his father, who can give the permission for him to go out with his other friends, because not all special needs parents have the what we say can willing can let go his son go off his side. Okay. This other picture is Brian in a competition, a rocket air jet competition in Selangor. He actually cooperate with his friends within his limitation of sight. So he got the position to control the rocket. All of his friends fill in the water inside the bottle of the rocket, because he cannot see how much water to fill inside the bottle of the rocket. But his friends give him a position for him, a suitable position for him, so that he can cooperate with the team as well in the competition. The other picture is when he is in Form 2. This is a co-curriculum activities. Datuk Maharajalela with all other friends is the mainstream student, but Brian is given a character in the drama as a guide or a hulu balang. So that position is not very big position, but suitable for him. So he can use his what we say confident also in the correct in the drama. And okay, so okay, right. Okay, next one, and this is what I mean. The rocket, the bottle, they fill the water inside it, and Brian can uh, cooperate with their friends, okay, in the team as well. Okay, one more in the classroom. Okay, Brian is a low vision student. When everybody can see the whiteboard, he cannot see it. Okay, what is the body system role play is to assist Brian beside the resource teacher, okay, because in the classroom there's not very the arrangement of the table is sometimes when in the bahasa or in the language room is different from in the classroom, and the laboratory also different. So the sitting where the students sit is fixed with next to whom, okay. If the resource teacher want to slot in, is like a little bit of we have to squeeze ourselves in between them. So Brian is like comfortable with his friend, his male friend actually, in the classroom. So when the teacher writes in the on the whiteboard, the other friend will read to him, or will write down on his notebook first, and then Brian will copy the notes after that. Like not actually immediately after the class, but sometimes outside the class, okay. But what I mean is the buddy beside him always help him if he cannot understand what the teacher write on the whiteboard, okay. Okay, the next one is in the microscope. Okay, Brian cannot see what is when the science in the science laboratory, he cannot see the cell, what is the cell looks like. So he asked his friend to use his handphone to snap the picture on the microscope, okay, because when we use the microscope, the student have to adjust the glass of the microscope screen or lens, so that until they can see clearly what is the cell looks like. So his friend helps him to adjust it and take a photograph of the cell, and he used his handphone and enlarge it, zoom it where he can see. So this is how one of the way his friend helped in the laboratory. Okay, as a result, this is his PT3 result, which is quite excellent at first, but actually if we see the result in Form 1, he's not very good, but we can see the improvement year after year. So in PT3, he got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 A's, 2 B's, 1 C, and 1 D. Okay. Okay, in SPM, alhamdulillah, we said that he got 1 A plus, okay, 3 A minus, 4 A minus, 1 A, and 1 C. Okay, this is the final result for the SPM, which is the most important examination in Malaysia. So, Yes, we are very grateful with his friends, with his buddy friends, because helping him to build his confidence and until he can get good results in academic and also in his social life. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing this. This is great. Is there something else from Team 1 that you would like to add? I really like the kind of a structure that you have, the kind of the overall thinking and then some details and examples of this. This was very, very interesting. But what I was wondering to ask every team that if you have these materials, if it would be possible for you to send them to me just to kind of learn myself more. Of course, you do not need to share any pictures of your students or anything like that. You can take those off, or if there is something that you do not want to share with me, I totally understand. But if you feel comfortable sending some of your key thinking, so I could then later take a look just for myself. I wouldn't be sharing them to anybody, just for me to kind of learn and take some time to kind of think more in future, if possible. That would be
actually, Doctor.
great.
I have asked my student. He said no problem.
Okay, thank you. So I will add my email address to the chat box, and this is for all the teams. So if you feel comfortable with sharing this with me, that would be great. But I will say a few words after all the presentations. I have been taking notes here. So maybe we can now hear from group 2 if not, group 1 doesn't have anything to add. Group 2, please.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Okay, my name is Nasri Hisham, and I am representative for group number 2. So I'm going to share our outcomes from our discussion yesterday. Okay. Let me share the screen first. Can you see it?
Oh, it's so beautiful. I'm impressed. Congratulations, Group 2.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Sawadikap, Minglaba, and how are you all? Okay, today is this is our turn. Okay, yesterday we discussed. Okay, this is our group 2 presentation. Okay, first of all, the first question is have a discussion about operational culture in your school organization, and the outcomes from us is there is one room called LAC, Learning Assistance Center. The student with VI, visual impair, will be in the LAC for half an hour, about 2 or 3 times in a week, and then we'll go back to the mainstream class. Sometimes we work together with the teacher in class as team teaching. For severe students, they only attend to school as part-time, 1 to 2 times a week and fully in LAC. Okay, our second outcomes for VI student, this is for Malaysia, mainstream curriculum, full and semi-inclusive. For MDVI students, we are using standard-based curriculum school for special education, which is KSSMPK and KSSRPK. And sometimes for the severe MDVI, we use low function curriculum. And our third, this is from Indonesia, and my school, SDN Penjaringan 01. I don't know where is it. Maybe you can ask the Indonesian teacher. It's elementary school in Indonesia. The implementation of special education is carried out inclusively in public school. Each school is required to provide a curriculum that tailor to students with SN. The curriculum for children with SN includes teaching tools, learning objective, and assessments. Okay, that is for question number 1. And for number 2, what is the situation at the moment, what is working, what need to be changed. Okay, mainstream teachers can accept SN students. SN students don't have many friends with the mainstream students. Many mainstream teachers are not aware of students with special needs. Due to this lack of awareness, learning approach for students with SN are treated the same as normal students. At this moment, we provide online classes to students at all levels, students with VI studies in inclusive classes with ones with MDVI. But we also provide an individual teaching video calling live stream to students with MDVI so that they can understand more about what they and their friends have learned, and we can interact more with them. And the last one is program for visiting students home. This program helps teacher to interact, teach, and give help or consultation as needed by students. And for the last question, share good practice and development target with each other. Get mutual respect between people regardless of who they are and their weakness of strength. Besides having an assistant teacher and helps from psychologists and special needs unit, my suggestion is to form a student welfare group, which includes special education teacher, guidance counselor, school nurses or doctor, social worker, and psychologists in school. Third, student needs to be taught based on their abilities. It's the school responsibility to place the student based on their abilities so that the learning process can be carried out accordingly. Cooperation between special ed teacher and mainstream teacher in understanding the concept, lesson plan, and teaching strategy towards students with SN. And lastly, conducting programs and activities such as circle time, social skill, fine motor skills, as for craft, daily living skill, reading program in Bahasa Melayu, numeracy program, and home project. I think that's all. Before I end my presentation, is a quote I have a copy from Robert John Meehan. It shouldn't matter how slowly a child learns. What matters is that we encourage them. That's what we do. We as a teacher, we must encourage our students. And thank you. That's all. Have you any question?
Thank you. That was great. Could I see the slide 4 a little bit?
Which one?
The 4 with the head and the numbers in the
This one.
That one. Yes. I just look at the cooperation and conducting programs and activities. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Great. Wow.
Thank you very much.
I'm so impressed with your work. Very good thinking. And I already start seeing the kind of themes that are popping up, and it's going to be interesting to hear the next following groups if this keeps going on, the kind of adding to the themes. So this is so exciting. Like, you are doing a great job. I need to tell you that I am very impressed with your work. But you are professionals, and that you really notice that from your presentations. Okay, so group number 3, please. Is there someone from the group 3 here? Are you shy?
Group 3. Group 3 had a very great discussion yesterday. So I don't know what happened. Group 3, are you having any technical difficulties right now?
Maybe we go with group 4.
Okay.
So group 3 can maybe present later. So group 4, are you ready?
Hello, hi. I think I'm from group 4.
Okay. Okay. Please share with us.
Okay. All right. Let me see if this works. I'm sorry. Can we just skip to group 5 maybe first? I can get this sorted out first.
Okay. Let's do that.
Or
Group
do you
number
want
5.
do you want us to share? Do you want us to help share for you? You can
Yes,
email
please.
it.
Yeah, how do I do that?
Can you?
Okay.
Yeah, you can directly send it in the chat box to me.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
And
That, yeah, all right.
yes,
Okay.
let's do that. And then if we now go to group number 5, so
Okay.
you have time to send. Okay.
Right,
So
thank
group
you.
number 5.
Okay, sure.
Okay, group 5. Okay, we are ready.
Okay.
Good luck,
Please,
teacher,
group
from
number
group
5.
5. Good luck, good luck.
Okay, can you see our presentation?
Yes. Yes, we
Okay.
can. Thank you.
Okay, good
Good luck,
morning.
teacher.
Okay, good morning, everybody. We talk about discussion about the operational culture in our school or organization. We talk in in Malaysia. Okay. For the leadership, school organization is a principle. And then in the working groups, in Indonesia, we have parents and teacher committee, teacher organization, state education department. In Indonesia, we have resource center, collaboration with other schools and collaboration with private sector. In Brunei Darussalam, school-based team or school community stakeholders, special education department, collaboration with other school, collaboration with NGOs such as Pusat Ehsan that nominated by government, MOH, and interagency studency progress meeting or collaboration between MOH, and MOCYS and MORA. In Malaysia, State Education Department, District Education Department, School Boards and Parents Teachers Committee, SE Department, collaboration with other schools. In Thailand, has Special Education Center and collaboration with other schools. In Cambodia, has National Institute for Special Education and SED and collaboration with other schools. Basically, we have from the government, NGOs, private sector, and special education. Basically, the same between of all the countries. For the stakeholder cooperation in Malaysia, NGOs, higher education, the National Autism Society of Malaysia, Social Welfare Department, Disability Services and Support Organization, NGO Malaysia, Kiwanis Down Syndrome Foundation. In Brunei, NGOs, government agencies, MOH, higher education industries, and PTA or Parents Teacher Association. In Vietnam, school boards and parent teacher committee, and in Myanmar, State Education Department, Parent Teacher Association, and School Supporting Committee. In Vietnam, NGOs, higher education. In Cambodia, integrated class, special school, NGOs, resource center, and inclusive class and social welfare. In Indonesia, we have Puskesmas or Pusat Kesehatan Masyarakat and NGOs. School home cooperation. We have cooperation between school and home and parents, such as webinar, parenting class, course, motivational course, counseling, parent support education. School let pupils do extra curriculum activities such as art, music, sport, and handicraft in Myanmar. The recruitment of teachers from SEAMEO MOE, Institut Pendidikan Perguruan atau or college in Malaysia, PTK, Program Transisi Kerjaya. In Cambodia, Ministry of Education, Youth and Sport, and students with school awareness. In Indonesia, recruited by Kementerian Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan for government school, and for private school, teacher recruited by its school. And for special education school, the government have training for the teachers. We call GPK, Guru Pendidik Khusus. The recruitment of students, security guard, workshop, fast food restaurant like McDonald's and KFC. In Malaysia, Pusat Dalam Community or PDK. In Cambodia, students recruited by school awareness campaign. In Brunei, business, small, medium enterprises or SME, restaurant, cleaner, hospitality, hotel, assistant cooker, baker, training under Pusat Pembangunan Belia or KKBS and Pusat Bahagia. And then resources in Indonesia, teachers training for special education teachers or guru pembimbing khusus, UNICEF Indonesia, UNESCO Indonesia. In Malaysia, United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund or UNICEF Malaysia. In Vietnam, VAN, Vietnam Autism Network, Center for Developing and Supporting Inclusive Education, World Bank, STC or Sagan's Children's Charity, World Banks, SCC or Saigon Children's Charity. In Myanmar, UNICEF. In Thailand, suitable teachers, special educational teachers, occupational therapists, physical therapists. In Cambodia, Ministry of Education, Youth and Sport, Crossar Time Organization, All Three Children Reading Cambodia Save the Children. In Brunei, teachers training at Brunei Darussalam Teachers Academy, student training under Pusat Pembangunan Belajar and Pusat Bahagia, that is NGOs, Ikhlas Fund to ensure special needs students have appropriate resources and facilities to access learning, or Special Education Department, MOE. Okay, what is the situation? Yeah, has to be changed. Okay, the situation for the teachers still confused with inclusive curriculum. Need more training for teacher. The mindset, regular teacher and some head of school not agree or support with inclusive curriculum. Some regular teachers don't like it that much that when we include our student, since they assume that our students that we chosen very carefully cannot do or follow standard curricular. For the parents, denial if they have special needs. Dr. Asan, they denial about the situation. And lack of knowledge on handling their kids. Overprotective or a little bit helicopter parents, or they protect the kids very much, so sometimes it's difficult to make cooperate with teachers and parents. And then let diagnose, miss their doctor appointment on child. And then parents lack of communicate with children due to they don't know how to contact with their children development. Parents are embarrassed. Some parents is really supportive, especially educated ones that willing to discuss and support IEP at home. Prefer children at home due they concerned about the children when they are outside home, and sometimes they want children at home for labor support. In community, prefer the special need kids to stay home. Community in general, quite to assume that our student cannot do that, can do this. Something that needs to be changed. For the teachers, reduce the number of students in inclusive classroom. There are approximately 45 to 50 students per class. So teachers are not have time to teach special needs. Reduce admin works. So the teachers have to take more time with our students. Need teacher for special school help to support the inclusive class. Teacher awareness. Teacher in regular classes need to train more about strategies to support male students with disabilities in class, and inclusive schools need to have special education teachers or schools counselors to help moderate or severe sense. Need more postgraduated that specialists in special education. And for the parents awareness for the sense. And the community awareness, for example, documentary or TV program or campaign about the special needs students. That is our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I see this a little bit longer? I just
Which one?
The
first
one before. No, the round, the number three.
Number
three. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sip.
Yeah, just read. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, this is so interesting. You are, I think that you are here putting a lot of things together to kind of show the thing that I've been kind of trying to also address in my speak, is that our systems in different countries are very different, like you can see from this chart. But it doesn't matter, because we have all this information in our area here, and now it's for us to kind of see what is done in other countries, and then we can think that if there would be something that would be good for us also, and kind of see what a variety of things there are. So this is wonderful. I really like the work that you have been doing here. So thank you so much. Great work from the group number 5 as well. Thanks. So now let's go back to the group number 4, and Suhaila, can you share the presentation from the chat box?
Sure, one moment please. Okay, Mr. Ikram.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Miss Rini, I
Yeah.
think you missed the slide
Yeah.
number 4.
Yes, just a minute. Stop. Okay. Thank you.
Sorry about that. So I'm back. So we had quite a fruitful discussion yesterday, but I would say it's very brief. What we have here is not as extensive as the other groups, but I hope that is enough information to share with everyone. So we'll start with Brunei. So basically, we shared a bit of our current developments and some of our challenges that teachers face in Brunei. We talked about how in schools, we have a school-based team, which is comprised of the school leaders, our special education needs assistants, or our SENA. We also have resource teachers and relief teachers assisting our teachers. And we also have our colleagues or friends from other agencies, from the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports, and other specialists. So they are involved in, they are all in our school-based team. And the role of the team is in planning and, of course, in collaborative services for our students in achieving the IEP goals. Some of the challenges that we face here, it's quite, I guess, it's quite common in other countries as well, is the lack of number of teachers. So it's always never enough. So that I guess in teachers training, of course, in Brunei, we train our teachers locally, mostly through the Brunei Darussalam Teachers Association. Our department, the Department of Special Education, we are also actively training our teachers in the latest best practices. We do a lot of knowledge sharing. We have workshops from time to time, in-house and also based in other departments as well. Also, one of the biggest challenge that we face here is in availability of resources, which we often need to order from other countries to bring it in. So usually that would take time because it's very difficult to find locally here. So the current development in our country right now, the Department of Special Education is they're working on a curriculum for our special needs students. So this curriculum is for students aged from 7 and above. Looks at the different domains. I guess it's quite similar to the Finnish curriculum. If I'm not mistaken, you use, I think, activities. But our curriculum is based on different domains. So thank you to Dr. Aija for sharing yesterday. We were able to do a little bit of comparison between the Finnish curriculum, and that would give a lot of additional insight in improving the quality of our content. Okay, next slide, please. All right, so our friend from Cambodia shared with us very briefly about the current development in his country as well. They face similar challenges, problems relating to lack of human resources as well, and for teacher training. So unlike in Brunei, we don't have special schools yet, but in Cambodia, if I'm not mistaken, there's a few special schools in Cambodia. And special education needs students also go to regular schools. And then recently, public students with special needs, previously they were catered by the public sectors, but recently they are catered by the public education sector now. I think that's very recent. And also our friend from Cambodia, he also shared about the National Institute for Special Education, which actively trains teachers, specifically teachers supporting students with visual and hearing impairment. So that's something similar to what we have here as well in Brunei. Our department is in charge of training teachers. And and our local university, the University of Brunei Darussalam, also offers courses in special education as well. It's wonderful to know that they offer support to parents during the pandemic. For example, they do home visits in order to support parents with kids, with children who are visually impaired. I'm just assuming maybe in terms of supporting in the resources in Braille, perhaps, and then and how the National Institute of Special Education, they don't really offer training for parents, but the teachers offer sharing session to disseminate the knowledge and skills to parents. Next slide, please. All right. Okay, and then from Thailand, Thailand shared Mr. I didn't really get your name. Si Tusak. Yeah. So he shared about. I believe he's based in special school in Thailand for the blind. It's a boarding school, and he shared briefly with us how they are looking for financial support from the government in terms of to buy resources specifically used in media production for teaching and learning resources for students with visual impairment, and that they have a special curriculum for students with visual impairment, focusing on reading and writing in Braille. And one thing that he shared with us, which I think is very wonderful as well, that they have a program that encourage participation and to explore the potential of students in arts. So he mentioned how students are learning to use instruments, musical instruments, and in singing as well. That's what I gathered so far from the discussion. So that's what we have. It's not as elaborate as the other groups, but I hope that's enough. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And the most important thing here is that the group got into the mood of kind of discussion and sharing experiences and kind of being able to discuss the situation. And these presentations today, these are kind of just a glimpses of the discussion. And I'm so happy that you are willing to share with everybody these glimpses. And I really enjoy this hearing. Thank you so much. And do we now have group number 3 ready? What's the situation with the group number 3? Or whatever group there is left, because we have been hearing from 4 groups. So one more group.
Hi, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning here in Malaysia. Can everyone hear me?
Yes,
Okay,
we can.
thanks. Okay, basically I'm not sure which group I am because I've been back and forth with the sessions, but I think I'm in group 3. So this is our finding yesterday. I'm very sorry that we can't provide such a better presentation, but this is what we can do for now. Okay, firstly is the operational culture. I mean, basically yesterday we learned a lot about each other countries. So in Brunei, for example, as you can see in the pages, all students of special needs are required to learn 5 basic skills, which is the functional, academic, social and communication skills, vocational skills, life skills, and working skills. Okay. And then in Cambodia, they also follow the national curriculum early childhood to high school run by foundations. And if I'm not mistaken, yesterday, from 2017 onwards, the schools are run by government and some teachers are appointed by the government as well. In Thailand, School for the Blind is about the same as Cambodia, in which they are run by private sectors and foundations. 15 schools run by the foundations and 2 are run by the government. Blind students use the national curriculum, but are modified a bit depending on the needs of the students. In Malaysia, we follow the national curriculum. Teachers go through training college, mostly are government run and administered by a principal. For students with disabilities, we have blind, deaf and learning disability schools. Some are run integrated with a normal school. All fundings are from the government. We use our own curriculum for students with disabilities. And then for number 2, situation and is it working? In Brunei, in their school, they involve stakeholders such as restaurant owners, public library, factories, hotels, and workshop owners and other NGOs to teach students basic working skill. For visual impact in Brunei, it is suggested to have their own curriculum. In Brunei, the school's hours are from 7:30 to 12:30. In Cambodia, the school hours are a bit different. They have 7 to 11 for the first session, and then the second session is from 1 to 5. Young children stay for the whole day. Older students will subsequently went to the main school and special school. We have the same process here in Cambodia, which we would like to have our own curriculum for the visually impaired. In Thailand, school hours are 6 hours a day from Monday to Friday. 5 school students, they are divided to 2 groups. Those who are better are sent to learn with normal students, and the MDVI followed the modified curriculum. In Thailand, they hope that the VI students could be inclusive with normal students. They really hope so. Even Mr. Wichan mentioned that a lot yesterday. In Malaysia, primary students starts at 7:40 to 1:30 in the afternoon, and for the secondary school, they start at 7:40 till 2:30 in the afternoon. We use the national curriculum for the special needs, means that we have our own curriculum. For the multiple disability visual impact, those who are able to follow the national curriculum stay, but those who can't follow an alternative curriculum who are designed by the Special Education Department by Ministry of Education. And then thirdly is the good practice. In Brunei, students are involved in making decisions since they are 12 to 16 years old. For example, for specific topic they want to learn, and usually use pictorial instruction since I have visual impairment, hearing impairment, and learning disability students in my classroom. Okay, they have like everything there, which is, and then we also have PLC in Brunei, and civic is also compulsory, but they call it MIB in Brunei, Melayu Islam Beraja. In Cambodia, they pay respect to elders as in their culture. And so is in Thailand. Students are taught to pay respect to the elders through social studies. They have vocational training such as Thai massage and agriculture. In Malaysia, good practice that we have is like a collaborative teaching, peer learning coaching such as the PLC, and teacher sharing sessions and materials. In Malaysia, we also have vocational training as well. Means that they are sent to sectors that are suitable for them. The development targets, we agreed yesterday, most countries hope to have actually very, very important is the resource teachers, because I think most countries are lacking in resource teachers. And then secondly, we hope that we could have a platform for countries to share materials and so on. And lastly, we hope that we are better funded and we have better facilities as well. Lastly, save some cheese for mice so we could be nice for life. I think that's all from our group 3. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much, group number 3. Yeah. Great. And this is kind of a learning lesson for me, that how many different types of presentations you may have, because you have the same topic, everybody, yeah, but then you ended up with a different looking presentations. Yeah. The contents was the same and the presentations were different. So this is marvelous because we really understand that things can be done different ways. So this is a perfect example of that. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to hearing from you. So is there still some group that we haven't been hearing? There was 5 already, but was there some group that still wants to ask add something?
May I share? I want to add something.
Okay, thank you. Please do.
From group 5.
Yes. What would you like to add?
Okay, hold on. Actually, this is the continuation of the previous slide.
Okay.
Anyone can see it?
Yeah, yes, we can see that. Good practices and development for us.
Yes.
Share.
This is for the good practices and what we target for the development. And then for Malaysia, they conduct open day in school. Everyone is invited to come and join as participants or as a visitor. And then parents also can open booth or handle program for special education students and also the mainstream students. Some parents involved in PDK to help others in community. And then in Cambodia, they also held an awareness campaign and then also parenting class. And then for Vietnam, almost teachers hardworking, passion, love, sense, and not easily to quit job. Almost teachers also hardworking and then passion with the students and then not easily to quit job. And then for Brunei Darussalam, there's 3 sections for school, the teacher carried out their own workshop with parents. For example, they create the teaching materials or structured learning approach for IEP students, and then also for the visual schedule. And then the school also held the professional development for teachers, such as training, sharing sessions. And then for us, special education department, we do training for government or for government or private schools. Example, the training that we give is how to support students with high support needs, strategies to support students with high support needs, SLA, Braille, sign language. And then for parents, government agencies and NGOs, they also give support during awareness, example, during Fun for Funds, weather run, and camping. And then
Teacher?
We lost the sound.
Yeah, we lost her sound.
Yes, yes, but we can see
I
the
thought-
slide.
Yeah.
Yes.
Teacher, can you check your microphone? Or is
Can
it-
I continue? I also from group
Yes.
5.
Yes, okay, please continue. Yeah.
Okay, I will continue Madam Majida's presentation about the special education department in Brunei. Okay, I lost also the
Yes, the slide. We lost the slide.
slide. Okay, I got the slide actually, but I turned it off.
Yeah, there might be some connection issues going
Yeah,
on.
I
Mm.
think so. So I can open back my slide presentation. Can you please hold on?
Yes, of course. We are not in a hurry.
Okay, sorry for the.
No worries.
I'm getting my nerve on.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, but I cannot present to all of you because I'm using my phone.
Oh, okay, but you can
sorry.
read. You can
Okay, I
read
just-
to us the last
Yeah.
ones because we already saw the slide. Okay.
Okay. But
Okay,
sorry.
it's here. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Miss Madina's here. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm about to continue.
Sorry. Sorry. It's heavy
Okay.
rain here. Okay, may I
Okay.
proceed?
Yes, I'm giving the floor to you, Miss Majida.
Thank you. And then for the government, the special education, we also held special education training for government and private school at Brunei Darussalam Teaching Academy. And then there are also inter-agency students progress meeting, that is collaboration between MOE, MOH, MOCY, and MORA. And then for Indonesia, there is parenting class, campaign, workshop to build awareness for special needs students. And then for Myanmar, parents support education school, let people do extracurriculum such as activity, art, music, sport, and handicraft. And then the last one from Thailand, they do spirit room for practice their students. And then they have suitable equipment, appropriate method for each student, and they also have daily consulting parents. That's all.
Yay, thank you, Miss Majida.
Thank you all.
so much. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Is there
Alright.
still something that somebody wants to say before I kind of go to telling you what I've been writing down here?
Dr. Aya, I need one request from me. Can Miss Sohaila email to us all the slide presentation because it seems profitable to us, and then we can use it also.
Yes. So Haila, could you
Yeah,
do that
great
for us?
idea. Okay, sure. So I
Yes, let's
received,
do that.
yeah, I
Okay.
received in the chat box group 5, group 3, group 1, group 2, wait, group 4. Group 4, can you share in the chat box your slide? Okay, we'll email it.
Oh, that is wonderful. Thank you so much,
you.
Suhaila. Thank you, groups. So if I just briefly try to share, I can't cover everything you said, but first of all, if I start with the problems that you mentioned, you talked about teachers and the cooperation with the mainstream teachers and the mainstream teachers may not be accepting the special education students in their class. And then maybe there are some issues with the school premises, like the learning environment not being suitable, and not enough kind of resources for therapists, for example, and other resources, and human resources, for example. And then there might be needed new skills for teachers, train the teachers, and some more training for the teachers to increase the skills, especially the mainstream teachers' skills to be teaching also the children who have some special needs. And then there was talk about the leadership and the leaders not to know enough about this special education students, or the special education students not having kind of a social friends in the school, or they're feeling not wanted there. And then the problems that families are facing, and they range from denial to overprotective. So issues like that I heard you mentioning. And then I wrote down that what should be done. And they were mentioned that raise awareness amongst teachers, community, parents. There could be less labeling towards students, modification of the learning environments, and training the staff more, the leaders and teachers and other staff. And then there should be more could be done more cooperation between teachers, and students could be taught more according to their abilities. Then they could be smaller class sizes, and platform for countries to share with each other, and maybe some training programs also to add the knowledge about the special educations for everybody. But then you had a lot of good practices, and that was so glad to hear and see, because I think that you have been doing so much, and the list here is so long that I'm not able to read all of them, but you are really kind of paying attention to teamwork. And there's also connections between the special education students with other students. Then you mentioned a lot how you are using technology, different forms of support, and you are using curriculum to support. You are supporting parents in different ways. You are even making house visit, visiting parents in their homes. That is a lot from a teacher. You are using different types of multi-professional cooperation models, and you are working a lot with stakeholders. You emphasize the importance of respect for each other, importance of collaboration, working together. You are arranging different types of activities like open days and awareness campaigns and parenting classes and trainings, and that is kind of just a quick peek to everything that you are doing. And I think that you should be proud of yourselves, how much is done and how much can be done. And you also obviously see that where are the development targets and what are the issues that could be and should be changed. And you also have ideas that how that could be done. And I just wish that you would be both patient with the change, because change doesn't happen fast. But I also hope that you could keep up bringing the message to people that the change is needed and the change it's needed to happen all the time. So we in education cannot sit still. We need to be moving ahead all the time. And that is important. So thank you so much, groups. Well done. I'm impressed. And I was thinking that I could now go to my presentation and share some the first things with you before we go for a short break. So I now start to do the screen sharing here. Let's see how this works. I start the slideshow from beginning. Okay, can you now see one slide or two slides?
Two slides, Dr. Aya.
Okay, now we change. How about now?
Okay, one slide. only.
Now is one slide.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay. So today, this is again my home lake, the same one you saw yesterday. So now I would like to this morning talk about the importance of early years, and then some issues about support and resources, and then to talk about the individual education plan. But before we go to that, I would like to tell you about the Finnish curriculum. You asked yesterday that what are the topics, subjects that we teach in Finnish schools. And this, I made you this template yesterday, last night. I'm sorry, the writing is very small, but it's not the purpose that you read everything, but just to see the subjects that we are teaching, and we are teaching these to all the students, also the special education students. And we have grades from 1 to 9, the basic education grades. First graders are 7 years old and 9th graders are 15 or 16 years old, depending which part of the year they are born. But the first graders go to school for 20 hours a week, so it's about 4 hours a day. And second graders as well. And then the amount of hours they go to school each week kind of gets more and more. So when they are on 9th grade, they go to school 30 hours a week. That is about 6 hours a day. And the grades 1 through 6, all the education is given by a class teacher. So like a generalist teacher, one teacher teaching all the subjects. And then from grade 7, when they are 13 years old, then the subject teachers start to teach different subjects in their different lessons. So, but what are the top subjects that all the students are studying from grade 1 to grade 9? Those are first the native language. So that is kind of the mother tongue. And for most of the students in Finland, that is Finnish language. But there is also a Swedish language. Swedish is also a national language in Finland. So some students have Swedish language as a native language. And then we have a small minority language, a Sami language that is spoken in Lapland. So 3 native languages, Finnish, Swedish, and Sami language, and then the students are taught that language. Then we have the first foreign language, and students can choose, but usually they choose English. But other options are also German, French, Spanish, Russia, but almost 100% want to take English as the first foreign language, and they start studying that in the first grade. Then every class, they have math, they have religious and ethic classes, but religion in Finland means that it's not kind of you just learn about different religions in the world. It's not studying your own religion or going to church or having any kind of religious activities, but it's kind of learning about different religions and ethics. And then there are music classes, visual arts classes, handicraft classes, physical education for all the students. And then there are optional students that the students can choose from. So there is a list of different classes that the students can choose depending what they are interested in. And these optional studies, they vary in different schools and different municipalities, because those are the kind of classes that the municipalities can decide themselves that what they are offering for their students. Usually they ask their students that what classes would you like to have, and then they arrange those classes. And then in grades 1 through 6, there are environmental science classes that includes topics from biology, geography, physics, and chemistry, but they are all learned as a one big environmental science topic. And then the first optional foreign language is offered to students when they go to the 3rd grade. So they do not need to take this more language studies if they don't want to, but 3rd grade, they are offered to take a foreign language, and it's usually French, German, Spanish, Russian. And then when they go to 5th grade, they start studying history and social studies. And then when they go to 6th grade, they start studying the 2nd foreign language, and they need to study that. And usually that is Swedish for Finnish-speaking students and Finnish for Swedish-speaking students. And then when they go to 7th grade, they get they don't have these environmental science classes anymore, but then they are divided to biology and geography classes, physics and chemistry classes, and then they start health education, home economics education, and guidance counseling classes. And then they also have an option to have a 2nd optional foreign language to their palette. So in addition to the native language, the children can choose to have 4 foreign languages that they are learning in schools, but that's a lot. And most of the special education students do not choose any of these optional languages. And sometimes they even don't study the 2nd foreign language either. But most of the special education students study all these classes, but they are kind of modified them to fit their needs. But that's kind of the subjects. But then before the small break, and again, if you have some questions or comments, please use the chat box, and we will be going through those before we go to break. But I just say a few words about the importance of the early years. And with early years, I mean the years from 0 to 7, when most of the students at age 7 go to kind of the 1st grade. So during the early childhood, there is a lot of development going on the physical, cognitive, and social emotional fields of a child's development. And this development that takes place during the early years is kind of the baseline and base for all the learning for them. And that's why we need to pay attention to these early years. And there is a lot of evidence around the world that we need to pay attention to this early development of our children. And that is also the most cost-effective approach to improve countries' economic and social indicators. So, of course, in education, we usually do not talk about economics, but if we look at the national level and the development of countries as nations, we want our people to be well educated and happy, and that is why paying attention to the early years of child's development is very important. And that is why also why governments need to pay a lot of attention to this sector. And I have been using one of the World Bank's papers for these. There are 3 pillars that I want to focus today. First of them is that we need our children to be well nourished and healthy. And of course, this is not only the school's responsibility, or at all school's responsibility if we are talking about very young children who are still at home. But we as a nation need to take care that our children get food and they have opportunities to healthcare. Then we need to offer our children early stimulation and learning opportunities. And this is where our education system then jumps in. In some countries, the daycare system is under a separate ministry than the education system is, but it doesn't really make any difference because we just need to make sure that there are opportunities for children to get the stimulation in our system that we are using in our country. And then we also need to care for our students and children so they are protected and they are able to live a stress-free life. And then I also already mentioned the importance of the cognitive and psychosocial development, but that is also the time when the children are learning how to learn. And this is very important from the special education still children and children with disabilities, because when they grow up, they need to learn to grow up with their disability and try to kind of overcome the problems that they may have. Or so there is no use of trying to teach them when they are 7 years old, because they probably have been learning to do something in wrong way or not efficient way at all before that, because if child has a disability, they learn by themselves how to cope if they are not supported. But if we support them to overcome their disabilities already when they are growing up, then it's much easier for them to learn the new skills along the way. And then we need to stimulate the brain from with all the senses they are able to use, so we can improve the children's ability to think, communicate, and connect with each other. And of course, these things are done in good quality preschool, early childhood or preschool education programs, and hopefully the curriculum for early childhood education or preschool education also covers other topics, not only the academic topics, but also these kinds of growing up skills and the communication skills and social emotional skills. And then one more picture here, that not all the early childhood education programs are equally effective. And there has been some studies that have been trying to find out that which type of programs are the ones that produce strong outcomes. And there are some things that are common with the early childhood education programs that produce strong outcomes. And these include, first of all, a curriculum that fosters crucial pre-academic abilities, such as emotional security, curiosity, language skills, and self-regulation skills through play. And then professional development and coaching for teachers in how to effectively implement the curriculum in their work. And then third, a positive, engaging classroom that promote children's innate drive to learn. And then the studies have been showing that young children learn best through exploration, play, and interaction with others. And here I want to highlight this with you. This is set in preschool and early childhood education sector, but this is something that we in special education and disabled student education, we have known this for a long time. And this is something that works for all the students, not only the preschool or early childhood education students. Exploration, play, and interaction. And then the research also shows that programs for children under age 5, if the program is too structured and if it only focuses on academics, it can undermine the development of cognitive and social emotional skills, as well as children's motivation to learn. So we shouldn't be rushing into teaching the academic skills in very formal mode when the children are young, because it may have some effects to their learning. And I think that with the children with disabilities, it's even more crucial, this type of issue. But this is only a few words about the early childhood and preschool education. So now I'll be looking the chat box before we go to the break. If I want to make a study case, can you advise me what type of case should I study? I want to, okay, study case. Yeah, I could advise you on that, but I probably would like to know more about what would the study be about. So for what? So would it be, maybe we could discuss, could you send me, for example, email about the study that you would like to be doing, so I then could give you advice after this training, because I would really like to support you on this. So if it would be possible for you to send me an email, I shared you my email address in this chat box. So if you send me email and explain the study that you would like to do, then I could be advising you with the topics. That would be the best thing here. And then yesterday, I downloaded PowerPoint from me, but I couldn't open it. Can you please send it again? Thank you. Suhaila, could you please send all my presentations to the participants after the training?
Yeah, sure. Okay, Dr.
Yes.
Aya, we will.
Good, thank you. So everybody
Thank
can
you.
download those. Thank you. Yeah, okay. So we will be sharing the presentations, and please contact me personally about the studies. So I will help you with that. So, and then one more question here. In Finland, all categories of disabilities, including severe disabilities, go to school. Yes, they have to go to school. They cannot choose to stay home. They have to go to school. And they have to be in school for 9 years or 11 years, like I explained yesterday. With the severe disabilities, they need to be in school for 11 years. And then previously in my slides, is it the learning path for SE or mainstream students? It's for all students, including the special education students, everybody. But it's modified. The kind of the ways of teaching and learning are modified, and also the individual education plan is made, and there might be some kind of adjustments to the contents, but the path is the same. Yeah. Okay. But I would like us now to go for a small break. Okay, everybody. Hello. Welcome back. That was 10 minutes, and let's continue. So Haira, is all good from your side? Can we continue?
Yeah, it's good, doctor.
Okay,
I
wonderful.
didn't see you leaving your place. You didn't have your coffee break?
I did get some juice.
Okay, I see.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. And I checked my emails. I have a meeting starting at 1 o'clock. So I just checked the topics that we need to be discussing. And, yeah.
Okay, doctor.
Yeah,
So the floor is yours now.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Then I'd like to continue about the providing support and resources issues. And first of all, I would like to kind of highlight that there are many types of resources when we talk about special education. And first of many people start talking, they start thinking that resources is money. So that usually comes to their mind first, that resources is the same as money and budget, but there is more to that. And also all the venues that we have, the school buildings and other learning environments, those are part of resources. Then we have our human resources, such as teachers and other staff that is provided for our school. And part of resources, we have these training options and continuous professional development options. Then we have different types of support services. And I would say that these services are very important, especially to our students with disabilities, to have an opportunity to have some health, social, and psychological support services. But in many times, these services are not provided from the education sector's resources, but they might come from other resources. But they are all, or however, the kind of the public resources that are available for our special education students. And then important part of resources are the learning materials that we are using, and also all the aids and supportive tools that our students need. And there might be also other local and individual needs that are needed when we talk about individual children. And when we talk about the resources, many people say first that there is not enough of them. And that is why planning how we use them is so important. But the planning goes on different levels. First, we need to plan that how do we make sure that we do get all the resources that we need. And then we need to plan what is the process that we secure, that we do get the resources that we need. And then we need to plan how the resources are distributed inside of our school and how we use those resources we get the most efficient way we can. And that is kind of also the school level and leadership issue together with teachers and other staff to do the planning, how the resources are used the best possible way. But then we know that if we are kind of correcting the problems that we already have, that is more expensive than using the resources for preventive measures. So we should try to shift the focus on early support and preventive measures, because then it is also cheaper and requires less resources than compared to the situation where we allow the situation to go to very, very far and the problems become very big. So then it might be both difficult and expensive to try to fix the situation. And we also need to secure the continuity in support measures when we continue from, for example, early childhood education to primary education, and from primary to secondary, and so on. So the planning and securing the resources should go the whole continuous path of the student. There are some mics on, so could you please check that your microphone is closed? Okay, thank you. Thank you. And then one important sector where there needs to be a lot of planning, how we use our resources, is the teacher training and continuous professional development training, because those are expensive and it involves all of our teachers. All of our teachers need to be trained. So also the training should be planned how to do that the best possible way with the resources we have. And it also requires that we clarify everyone's role and we share our work and we share our responsibilities, so everybody knows that what they should be doing, what they are expected to be doing, and what is their role in the system. And when we do all that, we go back to the issue that we already have been talking many times. And this is also what you talked in your breakout rooms last night and what you shared with us this morning, the importance of working together, and that when we talk about special education and disabled students, we are doing the work in multidisciplinary cooperation. So if we want to provide the support that our students need, it means that in addition to the teacher, the other sectors of support services need to be present all the time. And those people, like the psychologists or therapists or parents, we need to work together as a group, as a team, so we can support our students the best possible way, and so we can support both their growth as a human being and also their learning. And it also means that then we teachers as professionals, we also need to be working with other administrative sectors in our kind of a community. and different organizations. And that might happen kind of without the student even noticing, because we need to know what's going on in the health sector and social protection sector and other stakeholders sectors, and try to kind of find the ways to how do we cooperate with them to kind of find the best way to support our children. So there are a few issues that I would like to highlight about cooperation and what has been kind of these are the experiences of people who have been doing the cooperation a lot and what they have been sharing. And in cooperation, it is important that we find the right partners. And I cannot tell you that who are the right partners for you, because that is such a kind of a local decision to be made. But hopefully you are able to find the right partners that are important for your work. And then we need to create a structure for cooperation. We need to know that which are the forums where we meet, how do we have the dialogue with each other, and we have to agree together that what are the things that we are doing together. And then one important aspect on cooperation is that if we start doing things together already from the planning stage, it increases the commitment of everybody. So if you are part of the process from the beginning and you can say your thinking, address your needs, your visions, your ideas, share them with others, and then together you can kind of plan the practices that you are going to be using, then you probably also commit to those decisions that you will be making together. And when everybody is committed to working together, then the outcomes usually are better after we just start to implement the plan that we just made. And many people feel that networking is a very good way to do the cooperation. Build different types of networks. When we find the right partners and we get together, then networks are a very good tool for that. And then there are a lot of different types of coordination groups or working groups that are also very useful models for cooperation. And in order for us to be effective in our cooperation, we need to have a shared understanding on issues. And there has to be trust between us. And there has to be a cooperation between different stakeholders that is based on the issue that we trust the people that we are working with. And then we speak a different language and we use different words, and different words have different meanings for people. And this is good for us to keep in mind. So for example, when I have been talking to you about the inclusive education, it is very important that I try to explain to you that what I mean by inclusive education. And it is also important that I can explain that in a way that you also would understand what I mean, because I remember one time when we were working in the European Union level. I did a lot of cooperation work in the European Union with the European countries, and then we started to talk about equity in education. And then we had been talking about the equity in education for hours already, and then I suddenly noticed that we mean different things with the equity. For example, myself, with equity, I mean that everybody has the same opportunities regardless of their disability, for example. And for somebody, equity meant that they only have access to some services. So some people were talking that moving from segregated to services to at least to have some services, that was the equity. And for me, it was about having all-inclusive education sector or all-inclusive nation. So we were very far away from each other, and we were not talking about the same issue, and that is not good. So we need to determine when we start our conversation and cooperation that everybody understands that what we are talking about. And then when we talk about shared understanding, we also need to share our responsibilities. And then we have to be very clear that what those responsibilities are. And we also need to kind of agree that we understand what we have decided. And then there is a lot of information. Everybody has information. I have my knowledge and you have your knowledge, and our stakeholders know what they know. So then we need to provide the information for each other. We need to use that information. We need to share that information. But of course, there is confidential information also. So we cannot share everything. We need to be very careful that we share only the information with our stakeholders that we are allowed to share. But whatever information we can share, it benefits our work. And then leadership plays a very important role. So leaders need to be involved. They need to know what we are doing, and leaders need to kind of help us to do our work. And then when we are working together with our stakeholders and parents and also students, we need to be choosing different methods for different situations. So, for example, different purpose needs a different method. And also the methods change over time. For example, 20 years ago, we didn't use any technical or digital cooperation methods, and now we are heavily depending on our kind of online connections. First of all, because of the COVID, but also because the technology has been developing, and but the methods change over time, and we need to be kind of aware about these changes. And then different methods on cooperation need to be flexible, and they need to be changed if the situation requires so. And we need to pick the engaging and creating methods that motivate us and build trust. And then every time we try to do something new, it means that we are trying maybe to change something, and change takes time. So we need to create a realistic timetable for our processes, because we understand that if we decide to do something today, it may take, of course, small changes can be done fast, but the bigger the change, the more it takes time. And we need to plan that. And then the top-down approaches are not always the best choice. And so we should be kind of working both top-down, but also bottom-up approaches. And we should have some shared leadership practices and feedback loops to kind of be working together also from the bottom-up approaches. But then the supporting student welfare in schools is very important for us, because we have been talking a lot, especially now during the COVID pandemic, about the well-being of our students and how they are doing. And of course, we are worried about the learning, this academic skills and other skills, but there are also kind of other issues that we need to be looking after when we are talking about the special education students. And first of all, we need to look at the services that we are providing from the health and social sector, the health services and social assistance programs. And then how are we able to support our students and support the families? And this means that we need to have the whole government approach, not only education, but the whole government. But then the second pillar is looking at the access on education and meals and the transport types of issues. For example, how the school is reachable and accessible for all, and how we can provide nutrition to our students, like meals, and how are we arranging the transportation to schools. And these are very practical issues. And then we need to make sure that the school environment and the living environment for our students is safe, and that the support services are available. So securing the physical, emotional, and social safety is our task, and then also providing the support services that our students need for learning and growth. But we have different types of stakeholders, and our kind of the main stakeholders, not everybody even call pupils and students to be stakeholders, because they are kind of the key counterparts here. They are why we are here in school. So I don't know if they are stakeholders or not, but they just need to be there. The first ones, when we do something, we need to be doing that with our pupils and students. But then the parents and families are very important for us. Then we should be working with inside our school, all the staff in our school, but also with other schools, cooperation with all the schools in our area, kind of sharing and networking, learning from each other. But then we could maybe even have more cooperation with different research partners and universities, especially when we are talking about the continuous professional development of adding our skills as teachers. And then we have different types of partners in nation, and these are very local. We have the multi-professionalism that we need to keep in mind. We have different organizations that we are working with. And then we have the local companies and businesses that we can be working. And then we can build networks, national networks, local networks, different networks for themes, like special education networks or science teaching networks or pedagogical networks. And then hopefully even build some international networks. And I would say that this training that we are now during these 3 days is to build an international network. And it's a theme about students with visual impairments and other learning needs, but it's also an international network to share our experiences and good practices. And then when we have the cooperation, we need to make sure that our communication is something that we focus on, because we need to be communicating with each other. We need to provide information and make room for discussions. And everyone needs to know what is being done and how that is being done. And that doesn't happen without communication. And then dialogue needs to go both ways. So it's the top down, but also bottom up, and also diagonal. So communication is not only talking, it is also listening and hearing. So we need to make sure that we also listen, hear, and learn from each other. And then we need to choose the terminology that we are using. For example, if we, as educators, teachers, if we talk to each other, we can use different types of pedagogical terms and speech because we understand that language. That is our knowledge. We know the language. But then when we talk with our parents, we cannot use the same terms or same language because the parents do not maybe understand. We need to use the language with the parents, the words with the families that they understand. And then when we talk with the administrations or the government, different levels in the government, we need to be using the administrative language. So we are kind of changing our language according to the people that we are talking with. And then the networks, we have been talking a lot already, the cooperation and how important that is. But the networks are based on the assumption that working together is more effective than working alone. And I think that we all agree on that. And networks also help us to achieve our goals and add equity, efficiency, and quality to our programs. And it brings us synergies. It increases our communication abilities, and also gives new ways how we can work together and collaborate. And networks are good tools to connect different stakeholders and different levels of the system. And they can be permanent structures that last for years and years, or they can be temporary that last for a certain amount of time, and then we don't need them anymore. And also we have a very formal networks, but they can also be very informal. And then some networks are centrally managed, and some are operating on the basis of just the people coming together and deciding themselves that what they want to do with the network. So it varies a lot. But hopefully the network offers us opportunities to build our knowledge and experience, and also share that knowledge and experience with each other, and connect partners both vertically and horizontally in our system. And also develop a professional learning culture, and maybe even increase some autonomy to the system to give some flexibility and room to adjust. But when we cooperate with the parents, that is such an important thing with our disabled students. So we need to make sure that our students receive the guidance and support they need, and also that is happening in home environment as well. So of course, parents have the primary responsibility for upbringing their children, but we at school, we support the parents in that task. But we in school, we try to help parents so parents can support their child's learning also in the home environment. And school need to make sure that parents have all the information they need about their child's learning and support options. And then we have two levels of collaboration with the parents. First, we can work with the parents on the community level. And that means that, for example, in school, we arranged open days where all the parents can come to school, or parent nights where we invite parents to school, or have celebrations, or whatever field trips can be done. But then we need to also work on individual level, and then we just are talking the kind of things that are just about one student's issue. So we are talking with each parent with their child's issues, and that those are very confidential discussions in many situations. And the last thing is I have been studying a lot of leadership, and that's why I want to have at least one slide about leadership here in my presentations, because this is what a good leader looks like to me. So good leader needs to be innovative. He or she has to be able to handle the uncertainty of issues. A leader needs to be proactive, needs to be convincing, and then leader needs to be creating an atmosphere in the school, the kind of open and trusting and a secure and safe atmosphere. And then a good leader needs to know all the processes that are needed, but also leader needs to be able to divide those processes into smaller parts and then get everyone involved in the work that is our work in a school level. Then a good leader is good communicator, but knows also how to listen. Good leader knows how to manage networks and makes things understandable, because many times the instructions and guidance we get, for example, from the government level, it might be a little bit difficult to understand for teachers and parents. So a good leader need to kind of translate the message so that everybody in school understands what is required and needed. And then a leader needs to believe in change. But now let me check if there are something on the chat box. What are the greatest challenges to good communication? Yeah, there might be many, but the first ones that come to my mind is that first, the problem in communication is that if I don't trust the people who gives me the message, that is a big problem. So if I listen to somebody saying something and I don't trust the person, it might be that I don't believe the message the person is sharing. So then the message that they are trying to deliver to me might be that it doesn't I don't hear it, or I don't believe it, or I don't want to hear it. So first I would like to say that there needs to be the trust issue there. And then the second in good communication is that we need to be clear in our messages. So we need to be kind of saying less, but saying it in a way that everybody can understand. So many times challenge in communication is that I'm trying to say something, but then it turns out later that people misunderstood me. So they didn't get the message I was trying to deliver. So maybe I was unclear in my message, or then there was no trust towards me, so they didn't want to believe what I was saying, and they just continued doing what they have been doing before, and there was no even need or want to change. And also in communication, there are problems, especially if we talk about people with disabilities. So if there is kind of a lack in hearing or visual or kind of a ability to understand some kind of mental disorders, then it affects a lot on our communication if we try to communicate by using a method that the other one is unable to use. So we need to use the channels that are possible for us to use in communication. So maybe these few things. And how do you normally educate parents, teachers, and the community about the needs for the special education? Because what happens in my school, whenever we ask the parents to come and meet to discuss about their children, they give us excuses, so they don't want to come to school. Yeah. Well, I think that is a big issue. And I would say that in my experience is that if the students are doing well in school, and there are no problems with the student in school, then the parents are glad to participate with the teacher, and they want to come to school, and they want to be hearing all the nice things about their students and how well they are doing and how great their children are. But then if I have a student, if my child is the student that has a lot of issues and problems, and I know and understand that whenever I contact the teacher or whenever the teacher calls me home, there is always some problem that we need to be discussing, and that might be very, very heavy for the parents to kind of think that every time they are in contact with the school, it's always something negative or always something very difficult to handle. So what I think is important that we start kind of building the cooperation with parents from the basics and from the positives, and talking about what is good with the child and what is working, and kind of bring that even if the child has many problems in school, and then suddenly there is something that has been gone very well at one day. So maybe the teacher then would contact the parents and tell how well their child was doing. The one thing that went so well. So the parents would kind of start believing that it's not all the negatives that the school is interested in and wanting to share. But it is difficult, and I understand that. But I would hope that you start communicating with the parents already right from the beginning, and with very kind of simple messages. So when this communication starts to flow and we get to know each other better, so if we know the parents better, then it's also easier, a little bit easier at least, to have a discussion with them about the difficult issues when that time comes. And then there is about the leadership. Sometimes the leader uses their power in decision without knowing the real situation. Yes. And if that happens, that is so sad. What can be done to fix the problem? First of all, I would highlight the importance to train the leaders. And when training the leaders, there should be knowledge about what is the leadership. Because many leaders think that being a leader is only management, kind of giving rules and regulation and filling the papers and things like that. But in school level, I think that being a leader means that you need to be a pedagogical leader. And you need to know what's going on in your school in order for you to be a pedagogical leader. So many leaders, many good leaders have a background on teaching, because then they know what the teachers are doing. But I would also hope that leaders wouldn't be the kind of they wouldn't have the kind of attitude that they are telling the teachers what the teachers should be doing, but instead having discussions with the teachers and listening and hearing the teachers' kind of options and solutions, and then kind of making decisions according to the teachers' kind of expertise. But it's a cultural thing. You discussed yesterday about the operational culture in schools, and some groups brought up the leadership issues there, and it is a cultural issue to build the culture in schools so the leaders wouldn't be the kind of dictating authority, but would be more kind of a negotiating authority, hearing the teachers. Of course, the leaders need to make decisions and they need to say the final word at some point, but they should be listening and hearing. And then, then there is the thing that it's easy to build relationship with the parents who are educated, family backgrounds. And yeah, that is so true. I totally agree with you. And then as a teacher, we sometimes face difficulties in educating our students. We feel like we are giving up. How to motivate ourselves? Oh, that is important. Oh, thanks for bringing that up. How do we keep motivated? Because there might be situations that we are feeling that I try and nothing helps and nothing is working. And yeah, I totally understand that. I think that for me, the motivation in education many times comes from the realization that we are working with the future, and we are working with something that is the most important thing in our world, our children. And sometimes it is so tough that it's hard to keep in mind how important is the work that we are doing. But at hard moments, I try to remind myself that the work I'm doing is important. But then on the other hand, what I have found working for me is that sometimes when I'm trying to achieve some big kind of big steps, and that seems so difficult, then I need to break down to smaller steps and try to kind of be glad about the small achievements and the small things that have been worked for better, to kind of get the feelings of success or happiness from the small things that are doing well. But then the most important issue for me, at least, is to have discussions with my colleagues, share my troubles and share my worries and get the support from my colleagues. Because sometimes my colleague can understand what I'm going through, and then they can help and support me to overcome those feelings I'm having. And then would there be any reading materials for teaching and learning involving special needs? Maybe I could look that and come back to you. I write that down. Reading materials. Okay, and is there any early intervention curriculum specifically for children with visual impairment in Finland? No, there is no. There is the main curriculum, and then also only individual curriculums, and those are very personal, made only for one person. So let's move to the individual education plan, because that is kind of a bridge to the next topic. And so the individual education plan, we all have been using them. Okay. It seems that I can't change the slide. Okay, here we go. So individual education plan. And oh, I need to tell you, this is a picture. My mother and father, they are already old and they live up north. They're in Lapland, and they have a small country house by the lake. And this picture, it's early morning in the country house, the cabin, and by the lake. So that's my favorite place in the whole world. And then let me try to change. I have the technical problems again. Okay, so the individualized teaching and learning process. So this is a key continent of our work with special and disabled students, how to individualize the teaching and learning process. And this individualization can be done in two levels. First, we can individualize the learning goals, and then we can individualize the learning methods. And these both levels need to be planned very carefully in cooperation with the parents and students themselves, and with the multidisciplinary other people that we need to include. And all these things need to be documented in the individualized education plan. So first, when we are making the personal goals for our disabled students, so in Finland and in many of your countries also, what I heard from your presentation this morning, we use the universal curriculum goals as a basis. But then when the student has such severe disabilities that they cannot overcome, then we need to do some adjustments. But before we start kind of doing the adjustments in the curriculum contents and the goals, we need to make sure that the reason why the student is underperforming is not caused by the lack of motivation or poor learning techniques that the child has, or missing aids, for example, visual support aids like glasses or something else. Because if the reason why the child is not learning well is a motivation, then we first should try to work with the motivation before we start to lower the goals for that student. And all these needs need to be discussed in multi-professional teams to get all the angles and kind of just suggestions and ideas, and also with the student and parents. And then we need also do some adjustments on the learning methods, because not every method is working with everybody, because if the child cannot see, we cannot use the visual methods or whatever is the problem with the child. We need to kind of try to find the methods that are working for that student. So it doesn't really matter what kind of curriculum we are using with the student, we still can be kind of choosing the methods that we are trying to use, and also the tools that we will be using. And we can individualize and personalize also the timing schedules and assessments and things like that. It is possible in some systems. And then I think that before we start doing the personalized individualized plan, we need to have assessment made. And that assessment may be called, for example, a pedagogical assessment. And then all the support measures we are planning after that need to be based to this assessment that we make. And when we do the assessment, when we look at the issues with the student, we need to hear also others. It's not just something that I'm doing as a teacher, but I need to be hearing what other people are saying about the situation. And if there is some kind of rehabilitation plan made by health sector or social sector, we need to also look at those papers and plans. And this pedagogical assessment that we do for the child, that can include, for example, description of the situation that the student is having in school, and description of what types of support has already been offered and how that support has been working. We could be looking about the strengths and interest of the student and learning capabilities and special needs the student has, the pedagogical methods, learning environments, guidance need, student welfare services, learning aids, and other measures that could be beneficial for the student. And then also we can look at the diagnosis and the medical and social condition of the student. And then the individual education plan, it's usually made for special education students, but there are countries where the individualized education plan is made for all students. And it's kind of, you can individualize every child's learning process in some systems. And then I think that one part of the plan is that it also describes the situation that the student is, but it describes also how the objectives of the curriculum will be achieved with that individual students. And it defines the specific priorities, what is the most important thing for that child, and what is the support that that child needs. And then, of course, these plans need to be done to be the type of plans that we then rewrite them. We cannot make a plan and use that for many years. At the minimum of once a year, we should be looking at the plan. And then when we do the evaluation of the student, how the student is progressing, we need to know the criteria that we need to be using for that evaluation. But sometimes the student needs to have individual goals, and those individual goals are written also to the individual education plan. And when we are doing the individual goals, we also need to hear from the student. So we need to listen what student thinks, that what are my strengths, what am I capable to, what I can do, and what is that I need. Listen to the student. And then we should ask student that what is your goal, your own goal towards your own learning, and what do you think that are your working skills, and how do you think about your school attendance? Are you doing well, or could you be more active, or things like that? And then we should ask the students that, do you have your own goals towards your own learning? And also, do you have goals about your friendships or your skills, other skills like motor skills? So many times we don't ask students these kind of questions, but I encourage you to do this kind of discussion with your students when you make the individual education plan. But then in the plan, individual education plan, there should be a list of the subjects that the student is learning, and if there are subject groups or skills group that the student is learning, and then if there are any optional subject that the student is studied, they should be all included to the plan. And then maybe add even the annual weekly hours of each subject and how that goes. Then in the plan, you could be describing the pedagogical solutions. What are the learning environments that you are using, and what is the support that you will be providing for the student, including the aids, tools, flexible groupings, collaborative teaching models, teaching methods, study strategies, work approaches, and modes of communication that you will be using with that individual student. And if the student needs some kind of remedial teaching and part-time special need education, then that should be included. And also if there are some particular priority areas inside the subjects, please include those as well. And then, of course, different goals and measures, but also related to the guidance counseling, for example, about the future and the next steps, and when going to the next phase in education or moving to the next class or things like that. And then in individualized education plan, you could explain how the instruction is arranged. So where the teaching and learning process will take place. Is that going to take place in the mainstream education class, or in special education class, or in the special education schools? And also, if the student is studying in a mainstream education, then how is the support then offered to that child? How is the teaching done in cooperation with the special education teacher? Is there any small groups that can be used, or is there individual instruction available for that child? Because those kind of support, what is the support then for the student if they are learning in a mainstream class? It needs to be explained in the individual education plan. And then you could also include to the plan that how is the school transport arranged, and how is that child then supervised when the child is waiting for that transportation, or during the transportation in the car or a bus or whatever transportation method is used, or is the parent taking care of the transportation? And then you need to plan if the child needs to see a doctor frequently or go to therapy, how is that arranged? So the timing goes well with the therapies and doctoral visits, or is the therapist coming to school, or is the doctor visiting school, or how is that arranged? And then also you need to plan the cooperations and the other services that is required. And that includes, for example, the I can't pronounce the word, interpretation services, assistance services, special aids, rehabilitation services, and then how you share the responsibilities between each people working with the student. And then you need to decide with the guardian or the parent, what is the role of the parent supporting the child's learning, and you can also write that to the individual education plan. And then if the student needs any morning or afternoon activities outside the school hours, or if there is some extracurricular activities that the student will be taking part, then you can also add those to the individual education plan. Then you need to write to the plan that how do you monitor and evaluate the support that the child is provided. So when are you doing the assessment and monitoring, and how that is done, that should be explained. And you should assess the overall situation with the students' learning and school attendance, but also the more detailed kind of how is it going, how the learning is taking place. And you should also ask the parents what is their opinion, and you also should be asking the child and student themselves to do some self evaluation, how they think that they are performing and doing. And you should be using different methods when doing the assessments, because using only one method is not very good. So you should be giving opportunities to do the assessment in the way that the child is able to do so and feel comfortable with. And then you should add to the individual education plan also when you will be reviewing the plan the next time, and who are the persons that will be involved to the review, and who are the persons that are part of the process when you do the reviews. And then in addition, of course, because these are individual plans, there might be some other things that you can add if needed. So there might be things that should be added, and these are just examples from the Finnish curriculum that need to be added. For example, if the pupil is studying according to the individualized syllabus, then there needs to be addition to the information about that. And if the pupil is studying according to activity areas, then there should be information added about that. But these are just examples. And now we have a few minutes before we close for today, and I will look at the chat box again, and if there is some questions or comments. And what else can we do in order to maintain the students' performances as planned in the individual education plan during the school break? As sometimes they will go back to square one or getting worse, and sometimes new behaviors will occur. Yes, that is true. Yes. I would say that I don't know what is the situation in your country, but many parents who have a child who needs the special education child, the parents do go to work, and then they cannot leave their special education children alone at home during the school breaks. So then there are possibilities for the parents to take the child some kind of special school break clubs or summer school activities that are not formal. They are not formal schooling to the child, but they are just to provide the child a safe place to be when the parents are working. And also then those summer clubs, for example, or school break clubs also provide the child some kind of teaching and learning activities in a play mode, not the formal mode, but they are kind of doing activities that keep up the skills that the student already have been achieving. That is one option. But then the second option would be that if the child is going to be with the parents and with the families during the school breaks, then we could try to make a plan with the parent that what are the parents doing with the child during the school breaks. Give some kind of program to the parents, what the parents can be doing with the child. But of course, that's then up to the parents if they are doing that or not. But and in some countries also the schools are arranging some kind of activities for special education children during the school breaks. But those activities are not that traditional schooling kind of, but they are more like already kind of the play-based or activity-based activities in the school premises. So these things come to my mind, but I don't know if you have that available. And when should be the best time to evaluate the individual education plan? I mean, the gap should be done to discuss with stakeholders and parents before improving the, I could say that the individual education plan, we should be evaluating that kind of as a teacher all the time. So if we kind of see that there is a change, something changes with the student, it can be a change to the better or change to the worse, that we notice that now is something happening and now the plan that we made is not working anymore for some part. And then that is kind of our evaluation at that point, that we notice that now something is happening and we should go back to the plan and see what needs to be changed. So that would be one kind of the continuous evaluation that the teacher is doing all the time. But then the formal evaluation could be done, for example, end of the school year. So at the end of the school year, we sit down with everybody and we take the plan and we evaluate that, how the school year went. And then we could also be planning that what needs to be changed for the next school year. So when we start the next school year, what should be done differently? So these are the two options that could be done, and maybe both at the same time. And then there is a question that how to ensure that students learn according to the planned individual education plan, since they are currently studying online and some parents are undereducated and parents who do not want to cooperate in helping their children. Yeah, that is very, very difficult. And if that individual education plan was done to be used in the school environment, I think that it is really difficult. The parent even try to use the same plan for the home environment because there are a lot of things that cannot be done at home or the parents do not have the experience to do so. So I think that now we are relying a lot to the kind of teachers when the students are coming back to school to have some kind of method how they are able to check the progress that the students have been doing during the school closures. And if there are gaps in the child's learning, we should be able to offer special support and kind of additional support to address those needs. But I think that the teachers know something when if the parent is communicating with the student and the parents during the school closes, even virtually online, they learn something. They have some hints what's going on at home, but probably not the whole truth. So probably the whole truth will come out when the child comes back to school. So then we should have the opportunities to kind of do something with the problems that we find out. There are more comments here, and I would suggest to you that I come back with these rest of the comments when we come back in the afternoon, because I have now a meeting starting at 1 with the government, with the ministry, so I need to go there. And so I hope that you will have a nice break for an hour and a half, and we will be coming back at 2:30 for our final session together, and I will go through these rest of the comments on the chat box, and then we go through a few additional issues for today and before we close. And I want to thank you. You have been very active, and I have enjoyed this session with you. And have a great break, and then we'll be coming back at 2:30. Shall we go to the last section of our training?
Please. Okay, Doctor.
Yeah, I noticed that we are not able to enter the chat box anymore. So the comments, the last ones that you wrote in the morning, I can't see them anymore. So because we now are recording again, and we maybe started a new session, but please do.
Doctor, I can still access the chat box.
Okay.
So
can you see? Yeah, if you could read the last questions, because we didn't have time to go through those. So if you could help me to.
The last one, is it this one? When should the best time to evaluate IEP? I mean, the gap.
Yeah, we talked about that. Was that the last one? Yeah, that was the last one we talked about.
Yeah, okay. How to ensure students learn according to the planned IEP, since they are currently studying online and some parents are uneducated.
Yeah, we talked about that also.
Wait,
yes.
yeah. What should parents know about the IEP process? What
should or why should they know?
Hold on, should I copy and put it in the chat box?
Okay, yes, thank you.
That is the last one, right?
Okay, that's the last one. Okay, what should parents know about the IEP process? Yes, in my opinion, they should know everything. If you ask me, they should know the whole process, how that goes, how it starts, what are the steps, and what would be kind of the evaluation process of it. So it all should be done in cooperation with parents, and then knowing them knowing the whole process. So that would be my. Okay. Then there was the question that what should be addressed in IEP. So there were many things, and there were in my kind of presentation the issues that should be addressed. And when you get the slides, Suhaila will send you the slides, and then I hope that you go through the slides, because there is many slides and many kind of details that I hope that you go through the slides, so you can see the details that what should be addressed in individual education plan. And then would you feel free to share with us some examples of individual education plan? So the kind of the real practical examples. Okay, I don't have them now, but I can see if I can find them. But Suhaila, if you send the group email for everybody, then I can send you some materials, additional materials, and if you can then share with the participants, would that work for you?
Sure.
Okay,
sure,
so examples of the EIP, I write down.
Thank you, that's so kind of you. I'll forward to them once I receive.
Yeah. And then how can we identify the students' problem if they always absent at school teachers can't do the assessment precisely and individual education plan cannot be done. That is so true. So first thing that we should get the kids to school. Yeah, I think that that is the first priority, because if we do not see the students, then it's impossible to us to assess or help them or even make the plan. So I don't know, but do you have any kind of tools that you can use if the child is not coming to the school? For example, in Finland, we have a cooperation with social services that if the child is not coming to school, we call the social services, and then the social services will call the parents or visit the family, and they will kind of help, kind of, they will talk with the parents that why aren't you sending your child to the school? And then even then there might be need for some person to come to home in the morning and assist the child to go to school, kind of pick the child up from home and get the child to school. And that is, of course, if that is something that the parents are doing by themselves, not discussing with the schools, because sometimes you can have a decision made with the parents to agree that now it's better for the child to stay at home for a couple of days or weeks because of the mental or health issue, but then it should be planned beforehand with the school. But if the parents decide by themselves not to send the child to the school, then the school should try to change the minds of the students. But sometimes school cannot do that by themselves. So I hope that in your country there is a service that you can call and ask them to help you to get the kid to the school. And then sometimes we don't have support from the parent, then our individual education plan cannot be done too. And there are situations when the parents don't want to cooperate, and then we just try to do the best we can without the parent support, because children are still coming to school. If they are coming to school, hopefully they are coming to school, and then we just need to go ahead. But it doesn't mean that we give up with the parents. We need to keep trying and trying to contact the parents and build the trust. And maybe that could start with the kind of a positive communication that I mentioned earlier, that we could start contacting the home and tell them all the positive things that has happened in school, and kind of telling how well the student is doing in some parts. And then hopefully we would get some kind of trust, and we, after a while, could start talking about the practical issues and even with the difficult issues, hopefully at some point. But that is not easy. I think these things that you raised now are one of the most difficult kind of parts of being a teacher. So I'm totally there with you. It is tough. And there is no one model that works for everybody. So it's sometimes very lonely to try to decide as a teacher alone what to do. So I really hope that you have a kind of a supporting network of colleagues that you can discuss these issues, or the kind of welfare group that you can bring your problems and you can discuss it in a group, and then the other people can help you, because sometimes the problems are so difficult that you need somebody else to be there to make the planning with you and also share the responsibilities, and somebody could come in and help you. So these problems that are coming up, during the path school journey of the child and the most difficult situations, that is where the welfare support group in school level comes to be handy, because then that is the place where the multi-professional team can decide together what to be done to be able to help the student. Okay, but now, okay, there is still something. And there are still many parents who have no awareness to send disabled children to specialized schools. In fact, they place children with disabilities in regular children's schools. How do teachers want to give awareness to parents? Well, that is a complicated question, because when we talked about the inclusive education, then the starting point was that the parents would send a child to school. And that school can be a regular school also. But then we, as an education provider, should send the support to that regular school for that child. And that might be difficult, but still kind of that would be the goal of the inclusive education, that the parents could send their children to the school close to them. And it may be a regular school, but then we should be able to give that child all the support that child needs in that school environment. So we also should be giving awareness to teachers how they can support these special education or disabled children in the normal school environment. So these are big issues. But what is important here is that we could kind of get the parents thinking that children need to go to school, even with the children with disabilities, and especially the children with disabilities, because they really need all the help they can get. But difficult thing, not easy at all. And that was only one my thinking about the issue, and you may be disagreeing with me, and I totally understand that, but it's okay also. And now I again try to share the screen, and I start my. Okay, I would ask you again that how many slides you can see.
2 slides.
2 slides. Okay, then we change. And now?
Okay, 1 slide only.
1 slide. Okay. So now let's continue. And I really thank you that you have been so patient, that you have been stayed with me with such a long time yesterday and today. And now let's continue to talk about a few other issues. First, let's talk about learning environments. Then let's talk about assessments. And then I want to talk with you about the development issues, how to develop the educational practices, because that is something that I find to be very, very important. And after that, we end by having a round table discussion, and I have chosen us 2 topics that I would like us to discuss before we close. So I chose this picture to be here. This is taken by me. I like to walk in the forest, take long walks. And once when I was walking, I ran into this car. And then I started to think that this could be a good example in school settings to have a discussion with students that what is wrong in this picture. And obviously there could be a lot of things that can be discussed from here, but obviously one thing would be that is it the right place to take an old car into a forest and let it rot there? Kind of an environmental issue. But then on the other hand, it also kind of tells me, and hopefully for you as well, that learning takes place everywhere. And even when walking in the forest, you can learn something. So it's not the school building or classroom that is the learning environment for our children, but it's the world that they are living in. So the learning environments are the spaces and places where our children live. They are the communities and practices where learning takes place. And we learn all the time. We don't even notice that, but we still learn all the time. I have been learning a lot from you today, and I hope that you learn something from me today, so it goes both ways. And then learning environments is not only the physical place we are in, but it is also the tools, services, and materials that we are using. And it is important that we use those environments, multiple of them, and in very versatile way. And then we know that learning takes place outside the classroom, outside the school, and we need to keep that in mind. And this is kind of a picture of different types of learning environments. So we have the physical environment that may be the school building and the classroom. But then we also have the mental and emotional environment. And that means that how do we feel when we go to a certain place? Do we feel safe? Do we feel encouraged? Do we feel scared? Nervousness? And if we want our children to learn, we want to offer them emotional, mental environment where they feel safe and secure, and they feel happy, and where they feel like they are encouraged to be pronouncing themselves, saying what they feel, speaking out loud, asking questions, doing things, cooperating with different peoples, and not to be afraid. And then learning environments are also the social environments. So it's about the people who we work with, who are our classmates, who are our friends, who are our support systems. And like we have been saying many times during this training, that many our disabled students feel that they are lacking the social environment. So maybe they feel that they do not have the friendships they would like to have, or maybe they are not courage enough to kind of build those social relationships. So that leads us to the pedagogical environment. So then as a teacher, we should create the pedagogical atmosphere in our classroom so it would support the mental, emotional, and social growth of our students, as well as the academic growth of our children in the classroom. So we would build the pedagogies to be the environment that surrounds us and supports us from different angles and in different ways. And then I want to talk about the social and emotional environments a little bit more, because I find that to be so important with our special needs students, or any student it's not only the special education students, it's all the students, and it's all the adults as well. At least I would like to work in atmosphere that I feel is that it has social connections, and it supports me also emotionally. And we know this, that well-being promotes learning, and well-being supports individual growth, because it's kind of the basic need that we are safe, we feel safe, and we feel that we are accepted. And after we get the feeling, then we are able to learn. So this is kind of the basics of the human nature, that we need to be feeling that we are safe. It is built in our system. And then what are then the elements that we can think to be part of supportive social and emotional environment? And I collected few, and you probably have more in your mind, but these are examples that what we need to think when we want to build an environment that supports social and emotional growth. And first of all, the learning environments play here a big role. And we need to encourage our students. We need to be fair. We need to build everyone's self-esteem. We need to support their curiosity, our students' curiosity. And we also need to build them the mindset that they feel that they are responsible also with their own behaviors, and they are also responsible about the group that they are part of. And they need to be feeling that they are part of community, and we as teachers, we need to be building a learning community, and we should offer tools for critical thinking. So our children, of course, we want them to listen, we want them to learn, but they also need to be critical, because not everybody in this world that is told to us is correct and truth. So they need to have some critical thinking so they can decide if this person is being real with me or not. Then we need to, or at least try to bring joy in learning, use creative methods, and kind of give opportunities for our students to be creative. These are just examples. What are the elements of the social and emotional environment? But then when we talk about the learning environments, it's kind of expanding issue. And if you think, if you have a child, please think of your own children. And you know that when they are babies and when they are newborn, they are pretty much reliable, only reliable for you. They need other people, they need adults, they need the parents or caregivers or somebody who takes care of them. And then they start learning, and they're kind of growing, and their independency grows as they get older. So we as adults, we are expected to be very independent, take care of ourselves. And of course, we do have a support systems in our society, but the basic assumption is that when you are adult, you take care of yourself. But a small baby cannot do that. But then we need to support the growth of our children's independency. So the older they get, the more independent they are, and the more responsibility they are taking from their own lives and their own learning. And when we are talking with the children who have some disabilities, then this process is different. Because there are things, might be some things that they can never be independent totally. So there might be that in some sectors of their life, they will be needing support for the rest of their lives. But in the parts of their life they can be independent, we should support their growth. So this is very individual, and because it is so individual, we need to keep that in mind when we create the learning environment for our students and the flexibility in environment, because some children are developing their skills of independency earlier and others later. So in the same classroom, there might be a situation that we can give more kind of responsibilities for some students than we can give to other students, because they are in a different place in the independency growth. And the picture is for you just to show that in the early childhood education and care level, they aren't very independent. They are still very relied on us. But then when we move to the basic education or preschool level, they get a little bit, they get bigger and take more responsibility. And then when we reach the adult level, then we are assuming that they can take care of themselves. But with disabled people, there need to be support services also for adults. That is very important. So let me check if you have something in the chat box. Not yet, so let's continue and then go back. So then I would like to talk with you about the assessment and assessing the students. And I would like to divide the assessment to 3 different types of assessment. First, when we are in school, we need to assess our processes. Then we need to assess our outcomes, what we achieve with our education. And then we need to assess students' learning. So many times when we talk about assessment, we only talk about this part, assessing students' learning and the tests for students and national tests or rankings or things like that. But I have found it to be very, very important for the school community to assess also the way that they are working and what are the processes, how are they working, and are the processes producing the outcomes that they are hoping to achieve. And then the student assessment on the individual level, that is a little bit different thing. And when we talk about the assessing issues on the organization level and assessing the processes and outcomes, I find it to be very important, and not only me, but it is kind of a universal thing that education providers need to assess their processes regularly, because it guides the development of the education system, and it also gives some information for the policymakers and policy design. It supports the improvement of the quality of education, and it increases the organization's self-knowledge and awareness of its own activities and situations that they are in. And then if we do the assessments of the processes and the outcomes that we are providing regularly, then this information also guides our professional development as a staff member. And whenever we need to make some decision, then we do not only rely to the kind of national test results or our own ideas or how do we think things are going, but we also would have some kind of documentation of the assessment of us as a community when we have been assessing the processes and the work that we are doing in our own school, for example. And if I was a leader, and when I was a leader, I really needed this type of information so I could develop my own school and bring it ahead and make it better. And if you want to take steps towards assessing more of the processes and outcomes of the whole organizations, that needs to be planned beforehand and quite clearly, so you know that what will be assessed and when it will be assessed. But then let's move to the student assessment, because that is something that teachers are really sometimes struggling with, and that is something that they need to be doing as a part of their teaching process. So they need to assess the students in order to see how the students are doing and if they are kind of achieving the goals that has been set. And I would like to, many times when we start talking about the student assessment, the people think first that this assessment would be to kind of find out kind of the rankings between students and rankings between schools, that who is the best and who is the worst, or where do I stand amongst other students learning, or things like that. But I don't want to go there, at least not the first thing. I would like to highlight the other important issues why assessing students' learning is so important. And here are a few of them. Because when you assess the students, those results support students' growth, development, and learning. So this is for students. It is not for school or the organization or the country, but it's for the student, for them to get the knowledge how they are doing. And hopefully assessment also has parts that encourages students to learn. And if we want to encourage our students, and especially with the students that do not get very good grades, then it's important to give our students also other kinds of assessment feedback. For example, verbal feedback, to tell them that this and that are the issues that you are doing very well, because they also need to know what is working with them, not only the parts that they are failing. So assessment is also to tell the positives. So we want to strengthen students' self-confidence as a learner with the assessment. And assessment also develops learning to learn skills, and it describes how well the student has achieved the goals that has been set for him or her, and hopefully even help to form a realistic picture of the learning and development, and give some options that what would be possible for you in the future, because this is what you have been learning, and this is how you are doing, and this is where you are good at, and this is where you are maybe struggling more. So maybe you could use your strengths as a basis for your future. And then assessment provides information to the teacher, so the teacher can do the planning for the student, how to teach, the student in the future, where to focus. And then the assessment provides information to the student, and then of course to the parents. So the parents would also know where the student is going. But then, how do we assess? And of course, usually, and most of the time, assessment is made against the goals that has been set for student in the curricula or in the individual education plan. So we see, has the student achieved the goals and in which level? Very well, not so well, or not at all. But what is important is that the students' achievements are compared towards the goals in curricula or goals in the individual education plan, and not so much to the other students in the class. That wouldn't be quite fair with all the students, because classes are different, students are different, they might be different, might have different goals, and I don't know what would be the purpose of comparing me to others if I want to just know how I'm performing according to the goals that have been set in the national or individual level in these documents that are the kind of guiding documents in my teaching and learning process. But this is so important with the disabled student that we use very versatile assessment methods. Because if we only use formal exams, they are mostly written modes of exams, then we do not probably get to know everything that the students knows on that topic that we are trying to assess. So if the student has difficulties with reading or writing, and if it is a written test, then the child could be struggling to answer the questions correctly because they cannot read or write. But they might, if we try to assess how much they know about history, then we would really like to know how much they know about history, and not how good they can write their answer on a piece of paper. So then it becomes very important that the teachers use different methods, what the students can use to demonstrate their competence. And those could be kind of oral testings or whatever. I will say a few words about that later, but using different methods. And then it is so important when we give feedback, we need to also give a positive feedback. Where are the successes? In a leadership, I have been studying the leadership, and one of the basic rules in the leadership is that when, as a leader, and if I have people working for me, and I need to give feedback to my employees, it's a hamburger model. We know hamburger, it has a bun and there is a steak between. And the hamburger model in feedback goes in the way that first I need to start with saying something positive. Then I can continue to give the kind of the corrective or negative feedback, what should be done differently. And then I end with something positive again. So it just means that we need to find more positives than the negatives in our feedback. So when we talk to our students, we should give them more positive feedback. And then, of course, we also need to share them the things where they need to be correcting, where they need to be learning more or doing things differently. But that cannot be the only message if we want to have a kind of positive atmosphere in the situation where we are giving the feedback to our students. And then we need to use both formative and summative assessment. And the formative assessment means that we are giving feedback all the time, every day in normal teaching and learning situations. And then the summative feedback, it's kind of the national tests and reports that we give after every school year or something like that. But we should be using a lot of formative feedback, everyday feedback in our learning situations. And that is very important with students with learning disabilities or other development needs. And then we should support our students to also be able to self-evaluate themselves. So they could also notice themselves that how are they doing? And then the giving feedback verbally all the time during the teaching and learning process, that is a key. And then when we go to assessing the special education needs students' learning, then we need to take into account the individual needs of the students. And we should provide technical aids, maybe assistant to support in writing or reading, and then interpreting services may be needing. But of course, if we are evaluating the child's capability to write, of course, then we do not give them assistant to write for them. But if we are assessing their knowledge on history, then there can be an assistant who writes down what the student is saying verbally to the assistant. And then there are some students who are slower than the others. Then we should give them extra time so they would have enough time to answer the questions properly. And then we can design individual learning environments and also test environments and assignments for the children who need the support. And then I already mentioned about the oral examination possibilities, but then that can be also that a part of the assessment is done in written, and then some of the examination can be done orally, and those can be kind of mixed. But when we give the feedback then back to the students, and when we give feedback to the parents, we need to be using different forms and methods. First, we can give the feedback in words. In orally, we can talk to the parents, talk to the students. We can give them written reports. We can write down how they are doing in words, like this is what you did very well, and this is where you need to be developing more of your skills. But then we can have a numerical evaluation or give the letters like A's and B's and C's or 5 or 6 or 7s or numbers like that. And then evaluation feedback can be a combination of all. And then the countries have very different systems and traditions they are following in the ways how they give the feedback from the evaluation. And in many times evaluation feedback is given by using different type of certificates to the students. But I would encourage you to have the evaluation discussions with your special education students. So the parents would be there and the students would be there. So you could be discussing about the evaluation outcomes. Also the formative, what you have been noticing about the students during the school year. So share your experiences in the evaluation discussions. You can give a certificate, but then you can also have the discussions with the parents and students. And maybe the formal evaluation process requires you to give a certificate, evaluation certificate after every school year, but that shouldn't be the only time you give feedback to the students. That the giving feedback should be happening all the time during the whole school year. And you can use both formal and informal processes when giving the feedback. So then I will look the chat box if there is something, but nothing yet. Okay, so let's continue. And I think it then would be our last topic before we go to the roundtable discussion. And the next topic is the development issue and developing education. And in education, a constant changes are needed. We cannot sit still. And education system is the type of system that it never gets ready. It changes all the time, and that is okay, and that is desirable. We want that. It might be difficult for teachers to kind of understand that why do I need to change all the time, but that is just the type of our job, that because the world changes, we working in education, we need to change also. Once we stop developing ourselves and our systems, then we stop. Then we are falling behind. And then we cannot anymore answer to the needs that the society has for the education system and what the individuals have for us, so they can learn the things that they need for the future. So when we are trying to develop the system, we need to experiment and plan. And we need to try to find solutions to the future needs. And all the new things take time. It doesn't happen fast. And it is also something that changes are not done alone, but they are done together. And there the networking is important. And when we have the development projects, they go on different levels. There are some projects that we are going to do in our school level, and there are projects that we are going to do in the national level, and everything in between. And then there are also development projects and targets that are different size. But important in all of them is that we need to make a plan, what we are trying to do. We need to set goals, and we need to start experimenting. And we need to have courage to give up the old and try to build something new. And some people find the development and experimenting difficult, because when you are doing something new and experimenting, it happens that you fail. Not all the experiments and new things are succeeding at the first time. But it should be okay. You should have an environment, the operational culture in your school, that it is okay to fail. But then you also should try again until you succeed. And what is important in failing is that you should learn from your failings and mistakes. And many companies, the startup companies and innovative companies, they celebrate failing. Because when they fail, then they find out that what is the biggest problem that they need to solve. And I think it's the same in education, because if we try something new, some new method, new way, and then we fail, then we learn what needs to be done differently. And remodel the system and try again until we succeed. But it might be difficult, and I hope that there is a kind of culture in your school that it is okay to fail and try again. Because that is something that our children are doing all the time. Learning, that is learning. That is all about learning. That we try and fail and try and then we succeed. And we as adults should also give our children example that adults are failing also. But then they just try again. And then after a while, they are probably able to succeed. So learning by example is also an important lesson that we can offer for our students. But then after we have been doing these kind of experimentations and trying new things, we should disseminate our experiences and examples to others. And there comes the group working and networking in place that then if we do something, it wouldn't be just for us, but it would be shared with others. And then we also would be the ones who would be hearing from others and what they have been trying, and then maybe we could learn from them. So it goes both ways. We give and take. And when we do these experiments and development programs, of course, we need to collect feedback and evaluate our kind of doing, so we know if we succeeded or if we failed. And we could use more research, because then we could get, especially if we have a big national programs, we could have research going side by side. So there could be independent researchers who would be looking at our doings from the outside and kind of giving their estimates and evaluation how things are going. And then when we are trying to change something, I will now share with you a few ideas, but these are not my ideas, but these are, there was a workshop a few years ago in European Union cooperation. I was running a workshop, and there were directors of ministries of education in all European countries taking part of the workshop. And then they sat down. I facilitated a workshop for them where they were discussing about development and change in schools. And this is the outcome of their thinking. And now I want to share the thinking with you. So what they think about change is that when you are steering the change process, guiding the change process, you need to be very clear. You need to verbalize what we want to do. And the processes are long-term, and also the steering, the guidance need to be long-term. You cannot just say that you should do that and then forget the whole thing, but you need to be there every step and be guiding the word every step, and you need to be consistent. Then the laws, strategies, and national policies should support the change programs, so they should be aligned. And then also the curriculums should be aligned. So all the strategies, legislations, and curriculums should be talking about the same issues and going to the same direction. So if our curriculum is going this way and our development process is going that way, it doesn't work. Then it's a failure, because then we are trying to do different things that we are supposed to expect it to do. And when we want to change something, we should use different guidelines and campaigns and support materials to support us in our work, seminars, development projects, and working groups. And then the change and leading the change has to take place both national and local levels. So everybody is kind of knowing what we are trying to do. And then we should take our stakeholders to be there with you and work with them, because we need them to be part of our development programs. But what are the challenges? These are the challenges that the directors in ministries find out. They find out that if we want to make a large reform, it is very difficult. But the small reforms are easier to make. So maybe we should, if we have a big reform that we want to make, we should divide it to smaller pieces and kind of try to achieve the small pieces, and then we could conquer the whole big change what we wanted to have in the first place. And then they were talking about how the change is scary. So there are many people who do not want to change. They want things to be the same. So we should keep the things that are working well, because we do not need to change everything at one point. Just change the parts that are not working. So keep the things that are working so we can build the continuity and create the security that the people need. Then we need to find balance between different needs and organization levels and different opinions, because I think we all agree that when we start talking that what should be done, we all have different opinions. We do not agree. I think that this would be good, and you think that that would be good, and then we should find a balance somewhere in between. And that is the negotiation part. And when we do this negotiation and discussion, that discussion could be done with the stakeholders. So once we get the plan, and when we finally decide that this is the compromise, then we know that also the stakeholders will be approving the plan. And after we have found the kind of joint agreement that what needs to be done, then if we want to form that, we should have a clear vision that what are we trying to do. So what is the key element that this is for? And what are we trying to change here? And then we cannot do too many changes at the same time. We need to pick the ones that are most important and concentrate on those, focus on those. And then this, I think, is the last slide I will be sharing with you during these 2 days that we've been together with you, is the kind of balancing different themes. And these are from the European cooperation. And I don't know if you find these to be anything that are familiar to you, but I just wanted to share these with you so you can decide if you find anything familiar to you from the European discussion. There is a lot of discussion about the balance between segregation and integration, and even further inclusion. But in many countries, inclusive education is still very far away. So we are talking of the process of even integration process is hard in some countries. So that is kind of where the countries are struggling, where we go on this inclusive education kind of structure. Then the countries are talking about what's the best way to guide schools. So is it the top down, where, for example, the ministries are guiding the schools, or is it the bottom up, where the ministries are listening what's going on in the schools? And what is the balance between top down and bottom up? Then they are talking about centralized control and decentralized responsibility, because there are countries that are very centralized. So all the guidelines come from the ministry, and then there are countries that are very decentralized, but then they also carry the responsibility of their decisions. And where is the balance in my country? Do we want to have a centralized control system, or do we want to share the responsibility with the local level and have more decentralized system? So this is one of the balancing topics. And then if we want to raise the quality of education, how can it be done? Some countries think that raising the quality requires tightening the control. And some countries think it's about losing the control and adding autonomy and giving more responsibilities to the local level. So it's a total different strategy between countries. Which way to go, how to balance. And then the countries are thinking that should we do the national testings and then rank our schools and communities according to those tests, or should we allow the education providers to do the self-evaluation and then develop their programs according to their own self-evaluation outcomes? So two totally different directions the countries would like to go. And then there is a question about competition or cooperation. In many countries where they are using the ranking system, in those countries, the schools do not want to share their good practices with other schools, because then they would be kind of telling other schools what are the reasons why they are doing so well in rankings. But on the other hand, if we had a cooperative culture, then we would be sharing all our successes and success stories and good practices. So the other schools would also be able to try and use those methods in order to develop themselves. So these things are all connected, and we cannot say that this one is better than that one. But I just want you to kind of know and understand that this is the discussion that is going globally, and we are part of that discussion in our countries. So that would be all. But before going to the roundtable discussion, I will be checking the chat box here. And what is here? Now here is question: what is the education system used for the early intervention for the visual impairment in preschool children in Finland? Yeah. Well, first of all, there is hand raised with Motira. Motira, I answer this question and then I give you the floor. The early intervention in Finland is in Finnish health system, the children have regular checkups with the nurse every few months when they are very small, and then yearly after that. And usually the visual impairments are found out when the children are very young. And that is noticed, of course, with the parents, but with the nurses and doctors from the health sector. And then the parents and health workers start to communicate with the school sector, and then they start to plan that what would be the best schooling option for that child. And usually that option is the local preschool close to the parents' house and home. So the child with the visual impairment goes to the preschool close to their home, but then they start planning the support methods and interventions that the child is needing. And that is done together with the health sector. So there are health people and education people sitting down with the parents, and then they make the individual plan for the student, that what are the support measures that they will be bringing on the table from the health side and from the education side. So that is how it goes, but no separate system for the visual impairment children. And if the child has other disabilities, like a very severe mental disability or very handicapped child who cannot, for example, move or speak or communicate in any way, we have usually some types of special education preschool groups also in our preschool education system. And then the child can also go to those groups. But if there is only the visual difficulties with the students, then they usually just go to the mainstream preschool group. I can't see the hand anymore, so maybe it was just a mistake that somebody pressed that. Then there is a question that, is there any relationship between the assessments and the career path of our special needs students after graduated from schools in Finland? Is there any potential career for our special needs student? What about the students with low function students? Is the assessment necessary for them? I don't know what is career path. Yes, career path. Yes, sorry, my mistake. I misread. Yes, relationship between assessment and the career path. Yes. When we assess the student, we are looking all the aspects of the child's kind of a development, knowledge, skills, kind of wide range of skills. So when we do the assessment, we know what are the strengths of that child. And we have very strong guidance counselor system in Finland. And the guidance counselors and the teachers and the student and the parents, then they sit down and they make the plan that what would be the career options for that child. So what would be the best and what would be a suitable career for that child, for that student. And then after that discussions, then the child and the parents, they decide what they want to do, where they want to apply. So the school cannot do anything about it. The final decision is made by the student in support with the parents. But then, of course, when they apply to a school, in many schools, for example, in secondary education or TVET or whatever is the training program after the basic education system, then there usually is they look your report, how did you do in school, and then they also usually have tests like interviews, and they test if you are suitable for that field of career. And if you are not suitable, then you probably do not even get into that school. So there is no point of a student to try to get into a school that they are not suitable, because they will not get in. And so the parents usually listen to the teachers and guidance counselors, and they apply, the children applies to a school where they can get in and where they fit. But then when they go, for example, to the secondary education or TVET, and if the child has disability, the need for support continues. So the support will be provided also during the continuing education path. So there is no only one career path for special needs students, but there are multiple. But in many cases, when the special education students, if the disability is very small or mild, they have very good opportunities to go into job market if they just find the right career for them. But if they have more disabilities, then they usually go to work in the workplace that offers jobs for these kind of disabled adults, and then they probably work only half of the hours a day. They work part-time, or their tasks are very kind of limited just to doing something certain. For example, in the grocery stores, to collecting the carts where the foods are carried, or in the kitchen they are doing the dishes or things like that. And in Finland, we believe that assessment is important, and it is done for everybody, but because we do not have the national tests, then the assessment is done by the teacher, and the skills of the student are compared to the skills required in the national curriculum and in the individual education plan. And yes, everybody will be assessed. And then how can we evaluate students' progress more effectively? For example, if a child's individual education plan goals includes behavioral management or socialization with other students, how do we evaluate the child's progress? Yeah, well, these are absolutely the kind of things that you cannot evaluate by giving a written exam. So you can't have a test to test it. So when you want to see how child is kind of performing in a behavior management or socialization, then we need to rely on different assessment methods. And mostly used are discussions and interviews and observations. And first, you should have discussions with different people. You should ask parents, how do they see the situation? Has the child improved? Then you should ask the student themselves, how do they see the situation? And then, of course, you need to rely on your own experiences, how you as a teacher see, has there been improvement in your view? And then in the school community, you also need to be talking about other adults in the school system to see what is their kind of thinking in the child's process. But that is then the kind of assessment that you cannot give the child a grade about behavioral management. Or you can, but I don't know how useful it would be to say that you are A or B or C, or you are good or bad or something between. But you can maybe just compare that you have been improving in these and that sectors, but these and that are the things that you should still focus more. And we should support you more on these and that issues. So then there is a question how teachers handle special education needs in Finland. Is there any shadow teacher, assist main teacher in the classroom, and how many special education needs in a class? Yes, there is. Yeah. So there are assistant teachers in Finland, and usually there are a few of them in a school, and then the teachers decide by themselves that where the assistant teachers go in each day and each lesson, where they are needed the most. If the child has very kind of a difficult disability, some students have individual personal assistant that goes with that student all the time. So helps with everything that the students are doing. And I would say that in every class, there are students who need support in mainstream classes. And if you remember, I mentioned that there is the general support, intensive support and special support levels. So if we look at this general support and intensive support level, I would say that each class has maybe, if the class size average in Finland is 20 students, then usually there is 4 or 5 or 6 students who need some type of intensified support, and they have individual education plans. But there might be 0 special education students in that classroom if there is no in the area special education students that age, or there might be maybe 1 to 3. But then they need to have the support. They have the assistant teachers, the kind of the assistants. But then if you remember, there are those special education teachers in each mainstream schools to give their support as well. Then, is there any sheltered home in Finland or in any countries for the special needs to work in safer environment? Yes, there are in Finland and in maybe in some countries there is, but I don't know. But in Finland we do have children who are not necessarily special needs students, but they are students who come from the families that cannot support the children. So the parents are not capable of taking care of their child. So then the social services need to take that child away from their parents, away from their homes, and put them into the kind of a institution or group homes where the children are looked after. And in those places, there are 2 options. Some students, they go to the local school that is close to that kind of a shelter home. But some shelter homes have their own schools. If they are big shelter homes, then they also might have their own schools. So it depends. But that is not for the special education students, but that is for all students. And if those students might have some special needs, then the support will be provided them according to their needs. So then there is a question that, is it okay if we just focus only one plan lesson to manage hers or his behavior disorder or self-management severe disability until we achieve the objectives? So if I understand correctly, this is the case where I don't now really understand the question. I don't know if I understand the question correctly, but I would say that we have multiple objectives going on at the same time that we are trying to achieve. And some objectives it's going well with the achievement, and there are other objectives that we are doing very poorly and there's no improvement at all. And we might be very disappointed because of no improvement. And at the same time being glad of the ones that we are doing well with the student. But it would be important still to try to do all of them, regardless of if it's working or not, just not to give up. But maybe if the situation is very, very difficult, then we should sit down with the group of people who is planning the studies for the student and decide that what is the most important issue and focus on that. If that is the situation that it is not wise to try to do everything. So focusing on the most important issue, but then you need to evaluate that very carefully, that if the situation changes, then you re-evaluate the situation again and start adding more things to the table. So it really is up to the student. And I believe that we can be using different kinds of methods here. What's the best interest for the student? That is our kind of our guiding principle here. And how can we evaluate the effectiveness of programs or services provided for teachers in schools? Yeah, this is where the evaluation plan comes handy. There are a lot of evaluation models in the world. So teachers and schools do not need to come up with it by themselves. So there are different types of quality control systems or evaluation systems. And when I was working in a school level and in a municipal level as a leader, I chose a model plan that we used in our community. And that model included the tools how to evaluate the effectiveness of the programs. But what is common in all the models that I have been looking at is that we need to use different types of information. So it's not possible to only have one tool or one test, but we need to collect information from different sources. And that is like a questionnaires to the stakeholders, discussing with the teachers, maybe having some formal feedback requests, maybe looking at the student learning outcomes, maybe looking at some well-being indicators, or looking at the indicators, how much the children are away from the schools and if they are attending the classes, how satisfied are the teachers with their work, is there a lot of teachers coming and going and leaving the position very soon, not being happy in the school, things like that. So what makes it difficult is that there is no one source of information when you are looking at the effectiveness of the programs. You would feel maybe tempted to look only for the learning outcomes, but especially when we look at the special education teacher that's teaching and learning process, that might be a little bit limited to only look at the learning outcomes, because there are more in life than just the academic skills. There are the other skills, life skills and well-being and things like that. But not easy question at all. And then between behavior, psychomotor and social skills, which one is the most important to we evaluate? Wow, that is difficult. I couldn't choose between those. I think they are all very important. And I think that they are also linked to each other, at least the behavior and social skills. In many times, if you have social skills, you also then know how to behave. So you will be accepted by your peers and your social community. And if you have behavioral issues, it also affects to your social kind of environment. But then the psychomotor skills, they are, if I think fast, they are more related to the kind of learning and possibilities for you to participate. So maybe the psychomotor skills would be related to the social skills in a way that how much you can be involved in the social activities and how much you can kind of bring something from your how much part you can be the social surroundings and social kind of situations. But then on the other hand, you know that if students cannot tell others how they are feeling, or if they feel that they are not understood, and if they cannot kind of be heard, and if they feel not to be accepted, then they start misbehave. So these all are connected to each other. So I wouldn't really know which one would be the first. I would say all three of them are important. And then there is, are there any standard EAP model or performance for visual impairment? No, there is just a common form for all, and then the teachers just need to use that common form to suit the visual impairment students' needs. Now, any practices guide for EAP plan? I will look and I will send you the materials about examples of the individual education plan later on email. Let's do that. And then for special education pull-out programs, whereby the student is taken pull out of the regular classroom and place them in alternative programming, how do we ensure the international individual education plan targets are the same? Should objectives be similar? It depends on the system. I would say that, for example, in the Finnish system, if the student doesn't have the decision, the legal decision that has been made that one or more activities or one or more subjects are individualized for him or her, then the individual education plan targets should be the same than everybody else, their peers. But the methods that they are using and that the things that they find to be more important, those can be modified. But the goals and targets need to be the same, but then the ways how you reach the goals, those can be modified in the individual education plan. But I would say that the objectives should be similar if they are then assessed against the national norms and objectives. But if there is a decision made that this student is studying according to their own individual objectives or goals, then we can do more changes, more adjustments. And then the individual education plan objectives does not need to be similar. And then there is, okay, no more comments or questions here. So maybe let's move to the roundtable discussions. And I have 2 questions for you. And this picture is taken by my husband. It's from my backyard. I have a big garden in Finland. I grow vegetables, carrots, and spinach, some tomatoes. And these snails are eating all my lettuce. But I took the picture here because I think that the snail is a perfect kind of a picture to show that sometimes the challenges we have and the changes that we need to be making, the process is slow and it takes time. We can't move fast. And it's okay, as long as we go ahead. But I would like to hear from you. Please raise your hand or write on the chat box that which are the biggest challenges in the future of education? What do you think? You can share only one word or a sentence. I would be glad to hear that. What do you find to be the biggest challenges in the future of education? I wait for a sec so you have time to write. Okay, now they are coming in. Equality. Yes, that is so true. And equality is the kind of thing that has so many parts in it. So it's not only one thing, but it is so many. So that makes it a little bit more difficult also to address, because we cannot focus only on one thing. Then there is technological advancements. Yeah, exactly. Technology is going very fast. And there are a lot of changes going on at the moment. And when the COVID hit us, then we were forced to start using technologies more than we were ready for. Because I believe that for many of us, we were not prepared to start using all that technology that we then were forced to know how to use. And that created a lot of kind of uncertainty, also some resent, because we didn't know how to use all the technological tools. But then I would say that also the technology is something that would provide for us in the future more opportunities also, and help us in our work. But there is a few problems here, because there are things that the technology cannot kind of replace, and maybe most important, that is the human contact and social contacts, and kind of being part of the community. And especially when we are talking about the people who have some disabilities, we cannot even try to believe that we could leave the human connections out from the picture. We need to take the best parts of technology and use them, because that is helping us and that is the future. But we also should be able to have the hybrid models, how to bring the best of all the worlds, the social world, the community, and the technology. But this is maybe one of the things that we really, really need to be learning more when we go ahead in coming years. There is a word of awareness, yeah, raising awareness. And that is especially if we decide that we want to move ahead towards the inclusive systems, not only in education, but in everywhere, the whole nation, the whole country, all the services. If we want to have an inclusive nation, then we need to add awareness. And that many times awareness comes with experience. And so when we start to have experiences with being with different types of people, working with them, and knowing more about different issues, the awareness rises. At least I hope so. It would be very important. And then there is a next word that is acceptance. Yes. And I'm hoping that the acceptance follows the awareness. And I think that acceptance is also something that we need to be learning from very young age. Because sometimes if we learn something when we are small, from example, if we learn some attitude from our parents, they might be difficult to change. And this kind of acceptance thing is maybe one of those. So we should be able to be in contact with lots of different people already in early age, already in school, in working life, in community, in our social surroundings. Because when we know more, about differences between people. I hope that then we also accept these differences, and we all are different. We are different. Why wouldn't I accept somebody else? Maybe sometimes it's about the fear or not knowing, and we try to protect us by not accepting something because we don't know enough and we are a little bit scared. Then there is the increase in number of special students. Yeah, that is a phenomenon actually that is a global phenomenon. Increased number of special students, and there is a kind of two ways that we can look at. First is that we are doing more and more diagnosis nowadays. So we notice more and more of the difficulties that our students are having. We pay attention very carefully. We diagnose quite early, and we have the tools to do the diagnosis. And then that might lead to the situation where we kind of label somebody to be special education student a little bit easier than we did maybe 30 years ago. So I think that is something that we should pay attention. We absolutely need to see the difficulties our students are having and the individual needs that they are having. But then we can have the discussion, what we had yesterday, that is the labeling or necessary for our students, or can we just provide the support for our students without saying that now you are a special education student and you are labeled to be a special education student. So having the balance between knowing more, but then on the other hand, not labeling students that easily, that would be one thing to do. But then on the second hand, I don't know. This is what I don't know. Is there something in our environment that causes the situation that there actually is more special education students? Is there something in the environment or air or genes or toxics or poisons or whatever that affects that? That is what I don't know. But that I totally agree that the number is growing. And then challenges, finding job. Even normal people have problem with it. Yes. Because the working life is getting harder and harder, and the more and more skilled people are needed in the workforce. So it might come a time and place where we do not have jobs for the people who are not able to do lots of different variety of difficult skill required tasks. So that is so true. Then there is a mindset. Yes, this goes with the attitudes and acceptance. Cooperation. Yes, a lot talked about it. And then skills is more in need compared to higher education. Societal shifts, I totally agreed. And the situation is that the higher education is very respected in many countries, but then actually we could start thinking that is that needed for all? It is very good education back, but maybe if we could raise kind of the acceptance and the kind of a value of other trainings also at the same time with the higher education training programs, the kind of skills development programs and maybe TVET programs and things like that. Yeah, that would be good for our disabled students. Then challenge is the system. Yeah, sometimes the system is hindering us to the things that we think that should be done because the system doesn't allow us to do something. Yeah, that is true. And then I think the challenges in the future of education are also about the character, mentality, and personality of students. Yeah. And then blended learning for special education needs. Yeah, that is something that, yeah, it needs to be learned. And learning new things, it's difficult. I totally get it. And then dropout rate is increasing. That is worrying. So then maybe we should find other reasons why the dropout rates are rising and then try to do something about it. Social skills, yes, absolutely. And then rigid intellectualism, yes. And then technology again and vocational, yes. Lacking of compassion, yeah. How do we focus more on keeping our humanity in education and learning while there is so much focus on technology and automation? Yes, because there are jobs that require technology and automation, but there are so many jobs that require something else. The people skills, compassion, social emotional skills, human skills, kind of the whole service industry where we are providing kind of a something for each other, hospitality sector or schools or nurses or people like that. It's really, really important to keep the humanity here. Then capacity in adapting to the improvement situation and cooperation, special curriculum, inclusive environment, purpose, instruction, necessary support. Yeah. How do we secure the support that is needed? Very important. Then different kinds of intelligence that children can have. Yes, they have different skills. Community acceptance, poverty, students living at below poverty line tend to have highest dropout cases. Equity issue here. School to work transition, family background. Each family has different concerns. Acceptance for work, challenges in making parents trust the process and believe that students with special need can survive even after school. Yeah, now I can see that we are kind of starting to kind of add up the themes. They are kind of starting to build bigger and stronger and getting more kind of words around them. Parent awareness, and then adapting the new norm, wrongly diagnosed. Yeah, that is so true. If we make a wrong diagnose, and if that diagnose then closes some doors for the student, that is so sad because it does affect their life later. And then policies that need to be implemented. Yes. And provide special education students with technological knowledge. Yeah. Wow. You are so good. These are great. A lot of challenges we have. But I think that we shouldn't get depressed with all these challenges, but just try to work with them and understand that we have the challenges, but we are trying to overcome them. Then I have a second question. The last one for today before closing. Which are the main needs for teachers' professional development? When you think of yourself and your colleagues, what are your needs? Where do you think that you need support or more training? Please let me know. It can be the initial teacher training level or continuous professional development. Which topics do you feel that you would like to learn more? Or what have you noticed in the school level that the teachers should be learning more? if you can just add few words for me, that would be great. Special training, sign language. Special training continues as the curriculum evolves. Yeah. Special training again. Strategies of learning for special education need in this pandemic era. Yeah, that is difficult, how to learn in this pandemic era, because there is not too many people who have experience on that or who could be teaching the others, because we are all facing the new situation here. So maybe kind of learning from each other would be a good method here, how to be working through the pandemic. Then how to use the assistive technology in the classroom. Special training again, and lifelong learning, and best practices, and mental strength. Different models of instructional strategies and assessment practices, learning and development of children and adults. Yes. Developing appropriate curriculum, special knowledge, multiple disabilities training, because this category varies. Yeah, this is a very important kind of a notion here, that, for example, when you mentioned that the special knowledge is needed to be learned more, or multiple disabilities training. So we all understand that these are so wide topics that there should be different types of training opportunities. So you could kind of pick the ones that you would be needing, because if there was only one training, that probably wouldn't be able to address all the needs in such a detail level that you would be needing. So, but how to provide the variety of possibilities for learning, that is difficult. Special training to be more professional in our field, motivational support. And thank you, SEAMEO Sen. Yes. Yeah, it's good that we kind of say it aloud, that I need to look after also for my own motivation, because if I only care about my students' motivation, then I don't look after myself. So I need to, being a special education teacher is a hard job. So you need to look after yourselves. Please do so. Our kids reserve that the teachers are doing well. Take time to support yourself. Then teachers would want to have more knowledge about behavior management, especially tantrums, how to handle it. That is very difficult in the practical level if there is a lot of behavior management issues, because then the kind of behavior problems, they stop so much the possibilities to do anything else if there are a lot of behavioral issues. But that is true, how to manage that. Then how to share resources, and come to your country and give special training. Oh, I would love to. Thank you. Let's plan more after the COVID. We get the situation where we can travel. I would love to come and then we could plan a different types of trainings. This was just kind of a scratch on the surface. Thank you so much. Then focusing on feedback and reflection. Yeah. Those are the kind of assessment related skills. Then therapy training to tackle behavior management. Yeah, behavior management again. Teaching material and method of teaching, very important. Special training and networking. And visiting Finland one day, yes. Let's plan a visit after the COVID. I would be pleased plan some visits with you, continue the networking and cooperation. Yes, that would be wonderful. Then there is a need for teachers how to develop curriculums for special and individual education plan. And then parent-teacher association working together. Yeah, that is so true. Do you have student associations in your schools? Many schools have the teacher, parent or a parent associations, but do you have a student associations? They could be interesting to hear at one point also. And can you share your email with us? Yes, you can ask me. I will write it now to the chat box, my email. One moment, I will add my email here. Sorry, there was some, not this. I can't write. Okay, I couldn't find the @ mark here from my keyboard, so I wrote @AT, but that's the @ mark. Oh, school alumni. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you, everybody. This has been a pleasure for me, and I really, really thank you for allowing me to be part of your training. And thank you, SEAMEO Sen, for inviting me here. And I would love to be in contact with you, continue the discussion. And I think this is all from my part today. And I will now give the floor to you, Suhaila. Thank you so much.